Yo. What is up? Yes. All right, we're about to go live on the pub. Hey, we're going live. What is up, everybody? How y'all doing? Hey, Last Dance, what's up, man? Yes, definitely ready to blow the doors off of this thing for sure. Yeah, again, headphones not needed. Sure. Yeah, so welcome. It's Saturday night. We'll hopefully get some good chatting in tonight. Maybe have a few drinks if you drink, or a little bit of smoke if you go in that direction. What's up, buddy? Yeah, we just got the remnants of the hurricane that just blew through Florida up here. It is unbelievably warm right now up here, man. 60 degrees. It's crazy. It's hot. Got a bit hot in the house today. Just unbelievable warm weather for November. I think we've had 7 or maybe 8 70-degree days, and it's only like the 12th day of November. But hey, weather tends to change, obviously. It's New England. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. What's up, Sammy Cat? Good to see you. Last Dance over on Twitch. What's up, buddy? Not sure I get too many Twitch viewers. I suppose I could post the link over there if they wanted to join in on camera, but yeah, that could be something worth doing someday. I've never had a Twitcher. You could try that later. Obligatory hello from Last Dance to Sammy. I'm sure she's well. Although, I don't know, can you see the description that I put on YouTube on Twitch? I don't think you can. Pretty sure you can't. I could stream this also on Twitter. I think there's a Twitter streaming capability now. Hey, Last Dance, I know you're into planes, aeronautics, things like that. There was a bad crash at an air show in Dallas today. I put a link to the video in the Discord under the breaking news title channel, sub forum. My ear is ringing. Somebody's talking about me, or probably all the concerts. But anyways, check it out when you have a minute, dude. It's looks like maybe a little prop fighter plane from the World War II era cuts right through the wing of I want to say B-17, and they both just go down in a heap of fire and metal. It's terrible. I'm sure there was definitely some people who died. So rest in peace. Seemingly for an air show, it's just a celebration. Check out planes. You know, it's probably a nice day out down there, Texas. Just a tragedy. After you see the video, you'll probably have the same feelings that I have. The person in the small fighter prop plane made a horrendous judgment and error. Error in judgment, sorry. And yeah, I know, right, dude? Yeah, there's no survivors from that. It's just terrible. It sucks. Like I said, these are probably just recreational pilots, maybe historian type people who like old planes, and looked just like a bad mistake. I could screen share that video on here, but I'm not going to do that. But that might be a new feature that we have. Smoke Wife had suggested possibly featuring some news clips and then having a talk about them after I air them, which could be cool if you guys are into it. We don't have to. It's just an idea. She sent me a link of one that would be pretty funny. It's a Fox News clip, so you can imagine how zany those Fox people can be. Hi, Paul. Sorry, Paul. Do you mean a link to the video of the crash? But I don't want to lose viewers. I've got 12. I will go down to like 3 the second I post the link. Then half of you guys will go down the rabbit hole of plane crashes on YouTube, and I won't see you again all night. Although they're not hard to find, buddy. They're over there under Dallas plane crash, things of that nature. Air show Dallas plane crash. I'm sure it'll come up fairly quickly. Thanks for being here, Paul. Welcome. I don't recognize your avatar, but I think you might be a Paul that we had visiting before. If so, welcome, and if not, welcome. So welcome both ways. How you doing, buddy? Had an interesting little bit of a raid last week from the Englishman, or the Welshman, I'm sorry. Welshman who is based, and that was interesting. Always welcome back for sure. Certainly had some characters hanging around with him. It's cool. Hey, that's life, but not as we know it. What's up? Back with the original channel. Oh, cool. Pleased to meet you as well, Paul. Okay, that's a good idea. That's good advice. That's life. A little news roundup. That's cool, dude. That's what I mean. Yeah, go. That's why I wouldn't screen share that, because I know a lot of people don't want to see that. Could be Paul the Apostle. Yeah. Could be Paul from Peter, Paul, and Mary. Could be Paul Stanley from Kiss. Or could be somebody not famous, just your average Paul. It's all good, buddy. Oh, I hear you. That's life. Yeah. I'm not a lightweight when it comes to seeing crashes and things like that. I guess I'm less likely to want to see them if there are like graphic nastiness, a far away crash, I suppose. I don't know. It's a funny thing, isn't it? The live leakers know the old days. You saw some shit on live leak, man. Paul McCartney. Cool. Scotland. Right on, brother. Hi, wife. Good to see you. I was just telling the guys about the video you had forwarded me the link to, wife. So maybe we'll check that out a bit later. Definitely an option. Scotland is, I imagine, a beautiful place there, Paul. Never been anywhere across the Atlantic. So. Yeah, we did some leaves. Did a truckload to the dump. And I am that asshole who doesn't put a tarp over the back, so about 20% of them just litter the road between here and the dump. Well, the transfer station, technically. We have a tradition every year of doing the leaf pile and getting the fucking leaves off the yard. Drive me crazy. And the Norway maples are still holding some leaves. Bastards. Invasive species. I'm sure. I'd love me some single malt, bro. I'm sure there's plenty. Sterling. All right, cool. Yeah, Last Dance. I don't see you as a pickup type, so you're stuffing the brown bags and sticking them out on the side of the curb. That's that's fine. I used to do that, even though I had a truck. I don't know why I did that. So dumb. Having a truck, just load her up, bring her to the dump. My daughter, I'd make her rake out the back and then sweep it out. Got to put them to work, man. She's good. Loves the leaf blower. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I hear you, dude. Morayshire. Never. No. Yeah, it's funny. I know so little about Scotland geographically, or in the sense of whiskey or Scotch. So very cool information, my man. I would. Yeah, she does. She does all the work too. I saw another guy with his kid. He was making her stay in the truck. You stay in there. I'm like, come on, put her to work, man. I mean, they want to work. I find you give them a chance. Kids love to join in. Give her the leaf blower. Blow the leaves that way. It's not rocket science. Blow the leaves into a pile. It's like the simplest. Probably landscaping action. Hey, Biscuit, what up, dude? Good to see you, man. Our resident 3D printer. You're not a novice. You're more advanced than that. Maybe journeyman. That sounds good. Yeah, leaf blower, dude. We've got two. One of them plugs in on an extension cord. One of them has a big ass giant battery. So with the two working together, you can really move some volume. But dude, the one we bought that plugs in, Cobalt from Lowe's, I think it was $60, $65. It is powerful, something powerful, and you don't have to worry about the stupid gas. You did? Were you over there? Did I know that? Shit, I'm out of the loop sometimes. Is that where you were? All right. I thought you just went like to Connecticut or Vermont or something, but interesting. Cool. Scotland. Oh, price wise, I imagine that's what you mean. Yeah, I got a bottle of a jar of moonshine. I'm going to be collecting legal moonshine from my local liquor store here. Should be coming in Friday. Okay. Oh, okay. Right, right. I'm headed to Scotland, not I went to Scotland. Although I suppose headed could be either past or future, right? It's a weird, yeah, but yeah, I misread it. I get it. Okay. This year you're going. I get it. Okay. That's why I didn't know. Thanks for clearing that up. Okay. Now you're talking. Ingerland and then up to Scotland. Right on. I bet you you'll like Scotland better. Hey, Carol. Everyone says the Highlands are awesome, right? I mean, that's where the Highlanders from. One of the great fantasy movies of all time. Loved it. You could say headed in the past, present, or future. I'm headed there. I headed there. Or I'm in the action of heading there. So I'm heading. Yeah, but headed and yeah. Interesting. Cup of tea, always coming in with some real positive stuff. I've heard it's pretty. Loch Ness, Loch Ness, Loch Nach, Loch Locha, Loch. Maryland has some pretty parts. Definitely. As does Massachusetts. As does every state in this great nation of ours. I can find you a beautiful place in every damn one of them pretty quickly. Best lock. Cool. Lock Tay. Very cool. Speaking of locks, I've never been a big a lock on bagel guy, but I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Hey, English bottle cap. What's up, homeboy? Or Lamont. Cool. Where's the Isle of Man? Is that up there near? Is that its own country? Is it near Scotland? What is that? I know there's a badass motorcycle race there every year. Cool. Ben Nevis. He must be a big dude. Locks, yeah, locks. Ben Nevis must be huge if you're climbing him. Oh, it's probably a mountain. Isle of Man is an island. I know that. I guess it's a British island, a British Isle, part of the UK. Is it? I think it's LOX. I don't know. Locks. But I imagine it. They both. No. I don't. I got to imagine, where did the smoked salmon come from? Don't know. Oh, cool. Battle of Bannockburn. Right on. Smells like booze and nationalism. So nationalism is a lot of nationalists up there. That's become possibly a bad word, to be a nationalist. Oh, cool. Did you ever see Nessie or anything besides, a log or a fish in that lake? Maybe a seal? That loch, not a lake. Although they're kind of like those jobbies they have up in Norway, right? What are those things called? They come in off the ocean, right? And they have the freaking steep mountains on them. Fjord. Not exactly the same, but you've seen Nessie. Interesting. Huh. You've never been there. I don't believe Nessie exists. Not possible. And everything that's been claimed to be Nessie, no bueno, not Nessie. In fact, one of them, they proved by just some simple measurements on the photograph, that the size of the waves near the little Nessie, they figured out that the Nessie was like 2 feet tall, like this big. Either that or the lake had like 20-foot waves or some craziness because of the ratio of the size of the wave to the size of the fake Nessie. Scottish National Party, I'm guessing, but correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. Yeah, we had Nessie living under the pool out here. It was a little salamander, spotted salamander. Chucked her in the woods. Actually, 2 of them. Yep, it's fiberglass. Mm-hmm. I've also heard of seals getting into some of those lakes. My bud is truffle butter. is what I'm smoking now. And where'd that? There's the jar. I also have a jar here. Very lemony sativa with a little nug hanging off of it. Pretty nice stuff. Holding it. Should be holding it by the back end. I don't know. Maybe there are locks to the locks. And on the lock to the lock, you can have locks. Spelled 3 ways, baby. I hope you have your 3D printer worked out, Biscuit. I hear she's not extruding smoothly. So you're all locked up. Not bad. Oh no, that was a short-lived adventure. Print a new printer. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, and I must say, I always draw attention to our buddy Random Goon. He had a great stream last evening. Check him out over on Twitch. Starts around 9 Greenwich Mean Time, I think. Sounds about right. Last Dance, you had a good joke last night when another brick in the wall came on, and at the end, I guess it's when the kid's father is yelling, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. Last Dance said, looks like I'll never have any pudding. Very funny. I don't think anyone picked up on that, buddy, but that was a solid joke. No pudding for you. Because he doesn't eat meat. But you had to be there in the moment. I liked it. I laughed. Little combo action there, Carol. Yep. I know there's great salmon fishing in the locks, which kind of spurred my thought earlier about the LOX locks. Awesome salmon fishing over there. And some of them are landlocked. Yeah, we're really locked up. Lock seems to be the word of the night. There you go, Martin. Well said. That's a good one. Yeah, you knew I would. That was solid. Hey, look at that. Triple laughy face. I thought you were going to get a new avatar. That's Ben Stiller. I've said it before. That's not Smokesteve wife. Obviously. That's Ben Stiller from Starsky and Hutch. Hilarious movie. Yeah, not bad. After a century. Little too double-sided compliment there, buddy. From your own cheek cells. Cheers. Yeah, I've heard it's great. I also heard you gotta get out there in a boat and get your lures down, way down yonder into the depths where the salmon hang out, and also the lake trout. New avatar. My avatar from Live Leak was a breakfast sausage. Then I became an ice cream sandwich. And then someone bitched at me and said, why don't you change your ice cream sandwich, Walmart grade ice cream sandwich? It's lame. So I changed it with a Walmart grade popsicle, and I stayed as the popsicle avatar for a long time. And I got some laughs after that one because I responded, done, here you go, and it's a popsicle now. Okay. Carol's had good luck fishing in Ireland. Luck trout, yeah. An avatar of a bird. Always a good idea. Looks like you have a turkey. Maybe a lot. No, not a bird of paradise, something like that, or maybe a cardinal. Cardinal's a beautiful bird. Although Cup of Tea kind of has the bird market cornered on avatars, so I have to think about that. Yeah, that's Bowerbird's a good one. That is Jeremy Wade. He hosted the show called River Monsters, and I don't know. He might have gone to Scotland. He did a lot more fishing in India, South America, Vietnam. He did do one in central North America. Oh, pike's a good fight, Paul. I love to catch a pike, man. Full of bones, but still, wow. Fjords. All right, that was like 5 minutes ago, but that's cool, buddy. You're 54. Good to know, Paul. I'm in my mid to late 40s myself, so you're right in the ballpark. We've got some older guys here. He might have looked for Nessie, but he was more into catching actual things that were alive. Now, there was another show I used to watch called Monster Quest. That show was pretty stupid, where they went around the world on these cryptozoological hunts for crypto animals like fucking Bigfoot, Nessie, what else? The fucking Yeti, anything else? New Jersey Devil, yada yada. What did the Native Americans call him? They had a special word for a Bigfoot. Skookum, maybe. He's 60. All right, he just turned 60. Yeah. So that was another show I watched where they definitely searched. They searched for Champion. That was a dumb episode where they go to Lake Champlain in Vermont, search for this non-existent sea serpent. No. It looks exactly like I don't know. Yeah, he looks. Yeah, we'll say that. I agree with Martin. Very nicely said. That's 10 years off. That's a good compliment. I'll do a little bit of music, I guess. Gotta get this microphone correct. Really noticed it makes a difference with the guitar to have the microphone pointed right at the sound hole. Get rid of that unfortunate lighting. Just a couple of chords. A couple more beers, and we'll fire this bad Larry up. Who dat? Oh, I've got the battery-operated leaf blower here. I won't turn it on and blow all your eardrums out, but this thing, pretty awesome. Battery slides, big ass thing, click, and then trigger, turbo on the top. 650 cubic feet a minute. That's damn powerful. Good blower. One charge will get you about half hour. So that's good for touching up around the yard. Quick touch up on the deck before a party. You know, you want to have a secondary blower going here and there. It's awesome because you don't have to fuck around with the cord. You get the cord out for the big boy and then use the two of them together. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Easier than raking. It is. It's a blower. Way easier. Yeah, for me, it's super easy. That's pretty damn light. Without the battery adds another pound to it. Yeah, they're very light. It's a fan, obviously, with the big end, and then it chokes it down to a small end. It's simple. It's just pulls air through one end and blows it out the other, you know? So it's a, I hear you. It's just it's so much faster for me to clear the whole property into one pile or two or three piles with blowers rather than rakes. And in the defense of these particular ones, they're not gas op, so they're a lot quieter being electrical or battery. So, but I hate the ones that the landscapers use. Those are really freaking loud. Yeah, that helps. No leaves. You might get one leaf a year on your balcony if you're lucky, if it catches an updraft. That's it. Well, yeah, this only takes place in the raking. Yeah, we've got a giant oak behind the house, 3 or 4 Norway maples and some other things over yonder, another oak over in the front over there, another Norway maple. And then we have a big pine that also drops its needles on occasion, and sap, fucking sap everywhere. Yeah, I've heard there's that theory of not raking them and leaving them. Yeah, 2-stroke motors are burner. They burn pretty. They're basically, they don't make them anymore, but they rev really high. They can't have the potential to. To mulch, not bad. Not great, but not bad. Hey, what's up? What's up, my man? Brother, good to see you. That is my actual brother. And that is an option. Hire a Mexican, of course. No kidding, illegal to burn leaves. Huh. I can't imagine it's that bad. I mean, oh, you're working concrete now? There's my brother's favorite tool for clearing leaves. Gasoline. Yep. Been there. They are a pain. I like burning sticks, wood, and brush and things of that nature, like all together, but I won't burn leaves personally. Hello, you new person down yonder. Welcome. Yeah, and of course, they did most of it. I was inside staining the woodwork. I finally finished the trim on all the interior of all my new windows, so I stained a giant set of windows today, plus another one. Fucking staining is slow, man. Even though I'm a master painter when it comes to house painting, there's nobody faster, nobody more competent than me. I did it for years. Still, staining fine woodwork is not, there's no way to rush it. You just have to get a nice even coat and then wipe it off, meticulously cleaning the glass, trying to keep it off the walls, but got it done. I was happy. Join in if you guys like to. We're hanging. Cool. Good. Glad to hear that. Thanks, Biscuit. Anyone who wants to join in, the link is in the description. Nice. House paint? I don't know how that we would do that. I'm certainly not much of an artistic painter. I try, but I'm not much of but I'm a very good house painter, my brother. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
All right. Glad to be here.
Did you get anything from that frickin' blow through of the remainder of the hurricane, or did it miss you?
Yeah, we got it passed by and gave us a decent amount of rain. No big winds, nothing destructive. So
super fast, it seemed like.
Yeah.
The surge of tropical air that it brought up to us was crazy. It's still like 60 degrees right now. It's unbelievable.
We had 68 today as a high. It was just a gorgeous day.
It was like 70s here.
Wow, you got it warmer than we did.
Yeah, this would be the type of weather, my mom would say, yep, everyone's going to get sick because it gets warm and cold. That's like the old days, that was like,
right.
Temperature change like that, everyone's going to get sick.
There's probably some sort of truth to it, Of course, it's not just the temperatures that cause it. It's something else that, people going out and then coming in. I don't know. Who knows? There's often an element of truth in those old wives' tales.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe, yeah. I mean, hey, we know that disease and sickness goes up when cold weather comes around because people gather more inside, right, or whatever they say. I don't know.
They're more indoors and next to each other.
Right.
And especially here,
wow.
In 7 inches.
Jesus.
Yeah, in the Ozarks. Aphid goes up there, he's going to be eaten by hillbillies. Barbecued and gobbled up.
It's 7 inches of snow an hour from here last night.
I don't think it's 7 inches of snow an hour. I think it's an hour from where he lives.
Oh, okay. Right. I'm like, that is a tremendous amount of snow. Right. Yeah, like that. The fastest I'd ever heard of would maybe be 4. Like, holy shit. Let's see. What's
Hello.
Up, dude?
How are you?
Who's that guy? Who's that young guy? That young, handsome guy. How you doing, Biscuit?
I'm doing great.
I saw a picture of gorgeous George Begonia today, and he has lost so much. He's probably lost about as much weight as you have.
Wow.
He looks like a different person. I mean, it was just
Yeah.
It was just amazing. It was
He sent me
really,
some pics as well.
yeah.
He
He's
looks good. He looks real happy.
Yep,
That's
got a
great.
girlfriend and everything.
That's
He's done with
awesome.
us. He's got something better.
Yeah. I think we're a bad influence.
Well, it's not that we're a bad influence. It's just that his mental capacity can't handle it, and his blood boils when certain people come on.
Yeah, I mean, he can handle it, but yeah, he definitely got going about it, I think. Yeah, but hey.
Well, I'm just
I know
glad he's
quite,
doing
I know
doing
quite
well.
a few people that just can't let things go, and they just get so irate, and then the mental health suffers because of it.
Sure. Yeah, like Last Dance said, happy he's doing well. Always welcome back, but happy to know the old boys living the life, which is good. Very good. The Great Haircut Club.
I don't strive for great haircuts. I strive for cheap and easy to maintain haircuts.
The only thing I've done is cut my beard off.
Yeah, no haircuts for me since COVID started, obviously. My wife.
Me neither. I don't think I'd have hair this long if it weren't for...
Cool. Good for you, man. Why not?
I like my hair short. It doesn't get in the way. It's less annoying. Takes less time to wash, and
it is annoying having long hair, especially when you go outside and breeze blows it all in your face, and when you're eating and it's all in your mouth.
Yeah.
I always put it back when I eat, otherwise it would be disgusting.
It's either my hair doesn't like being put back, or it's just not quite long enough yet.
I wonder myself where in the evolution of man did cutting hair take place? I wonder if it was one of the first tools to be discovered was how to trim your beard.
I do believe that men had longer hair than women back in the day.
Huh.
And also,
well, they probably will.
Pink also used to be a man's color.
Way back in the day, that nobody knew how to cut hair, so the hair just grew from birth till death.
Well, they had those scissors, but they were like a metal, like a metal bar that crosses
way before. I'm talking like cavemen. Before.
Let's go back to the Egyptians. I'm thinking a lot of their art, the men looked clean shaven. Were the Egyptians?
We got to go past that.
Were the Egyptians like shaving with razors? Do you think?
Oh, I'm sure they had.
Well, they had swords, so I would imagine.
Yeah, they had sharp tools.
Yeah.
I mean, to shave, you have to have it like surgically sharp without tearing the skin. So,
real men use rocks.
That's right.
Well, no, actually, what's that? There's a type of glass that's a mineral that you can flint knap.
Oh, you mean like shale?
Yeah, but there's a particular one that you can get down unbelievably sharp. It's like smoky black and it looks like glass.
Obsidian?
Maybe.
Yeah. It's volcanic glass.
You hit it with another rock and it shears off super sharp.
Exactly.
But getting it super sharp and getting it nice and flat so it doesn't sever your
Yep.
your
And
skin
the first
off.
time someone did that, the first thought they had was, hey, I could kill my neighbor and steal his stuff.
Right.
This is a great breakthrough.
Yeah. Put it on the end of a stick and kill a big animal. All kinds of different advancements. Really, for real. So, yeah. It's almost like there was probably a lull. Like there was a technology surge around the Egyptian time. And then it seemed like, I imagine a lot of technology must have gotten lost because it seemed like the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, they didn't seem very technologically advanced past thousands
There are
of years
theories
earlier.
that there was technology not quite as advanced as ours, but like getting on there in certain places, but they were just wiped out.
You're not talking about electronics, I hope.
No, not electronic. Well, they did have some form of electricity, but they didn't have like computers or things like that. They had they found this like a jar that they'd put vinegar in. It had like two metal probes inside.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Lead acid battery, maybe, basically.
with vinegar instead of acid, lead,
Yeah,
like
well,
lead and
yeah.
acid. Yeah,
Vinegar is acetic acid.
yeah.
There's some stones inside some of the burial chambers that are like up inside. They're not in the burial chambers. They're inside the damn pyramid in the construction of
Yeah,
it.
I heard that they've got like gold-plated circuits like running through the pyramids.
I don't know about that, but I have heard there's some stones in there that they calculate the weight as so unbelievably heavy, and they really can't gauge how they put it all in there and got it up there and put it together. Like there's a lot of arguments. This was actually on Joe Rogan recently. Pretty interesting stuff, man. There was definitely some technology there for construction and engineering.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it only a few weeks ago that we have so little faith on how how much ingenuity man had thousands of years ago. And with a million bodies, you can do almost anything. That's
what I was thinking is if it's heavy, you just, throw another slave on it and, just keep putting slaves on until they get it up there or it crushes them all. And then you have another plan. You have the slaves hold wooden.
I'm pretty sure they had things like block and tackle, like,
exactly.
Things.
Yeah, it's not that simple. I'm telling you but I can't summarize the argument and what it was, accurately.
There's also those stone walls that are like cut so precisely.
Yeah, you can't even fit a piece of paper in the fucking seams, dude. It's pretty awesome. Now there was a technique called double cutting something, where you cut both pieces together and then you plant them together on the same cut. But to do that with stones like that thick would be an unbelievable. And you got to
line them up perfectly.
Exactly, and cut through them perfectly without them moving.
I mean, you don't have to go to Egypt. You just go to Stonehenge. Those are very heavy stones that were moved presumably a long distance somehow. And
I would have thought with sufficient A-frame, like a strong A-frame and a pulley system, you could move those blocks.
I would think so too.
And just rolling them on like logs, just pushing them along with many bodies.
I agree, but there's a lot of different ways to do it, and I wish you could kind of get a video of how they evolved.
But don't you think the video of it happening would be much more intriguing than the actual thing itself?
Yeah. I mean, I want to see the failed attempts at the beginning.
Damn! It's like finding Moses' cell phone, isn't it?
Square wheel didn't work. Mr. Square Wheel is not going to be our head of technology anymore.
Basically, they could never recreate it because I'm sure how many hundreds or even in the thousands of people died trying to get these pyramids together. The slaves, it's like you can't.
Sign of the Beast is now $9.99.
Not bad. I like it. Hey, look who it is.
Mick Grand. Hey, good to see you, McGrand. How you doing?
I'm good. Good.
Did you enjoy the crazy weather for a while it was going through?
Yeah, it was good.
Because I know you like nature's extreme displays.
It's true.
McGrandy, do you have yourself some nice muck boots, like some knee waders, or are you out there and you're
swimming
running sneakers, fucking in the A1A?
Yeah, you saw that. Thank you. I subbed my sneakers, but I was able to dry them out within 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the fact is we really were very lucky here. The storm was far north of us, but it was a big storm, so it has an effect on the coastal area.
On the ocean, yep. Right on.
Well, you shared some interesting photographic and video evidence, so that was nice.
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy that the city guys were out there in force. They were trying to clean up the beach, and because I was doing some bike rides, I noticed that they were working hard out there. trying to clean it up. And anyway, like I said, we really didn't get it too bad, but that one area with the flooding on the road A1A was it's a low area. It always floods, even in a strong thunderstorm. So
Mm-hmm.
Is
Crazy.
that? I think that's that cube, isn't it? That had loads of clockwork inside it.
Yeah, that John Grammaticus is talking about the thing that feet balloon.
I do believe they thought it was like a mechanical calendar.
Pretty cool.
Because when they recreated it, it lined up with like calendar and days and hours.
Love it. It's very cool. I have an old thing from, I don't know, it was from a firebox from the old days. When you pulled the thing, like all the gears inside spin and it clicks and clicks. I guess it's dialing a phone number manually.
Yeah.
But it takes like 45 seconds. It's I don't know what I'm ever going to do with it. We had them all upgraded in one of my buildings, and I just saved it. It's cool, but it's, I don't know. I guess people collect that fire shit, but it's a very specific group that would be interested in this thing. But it probably looks similar to this Antikythera mechanism. When you look at it, you can see everything spinning like that. It's pretty cool.
This is my project that I'm doing right now.
Into dragons, huh?
It's actually a Pokemon for my daughter.
Okay.
You're going to paint that, right?
Yeah.
So
man, you could make
Biscuit,
a dragon or an orc from
Biscuit, have you ever seen that movie with the dragons take over the planet?
Which one? There's I think I've seen most of them. I've seen Reign of Fire.
Well, the one with the guy from Texas, and they ended up, and I can't remember.
That's Reign of Fire. You mean?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, you're talking about Tremors.
No.
He's on about Reign of Fire, the one where
Reign of Fire.
The Texas guy comes in with his with
the tanks.
with his tank. That's right.
Yeah. And our old buddy.
It's Matthew McConaughey.
No, that was the guy with the tanks. But who was the other guy? In charge of the castle.
That was the guy who plays Batman in Batman Begins.
Yeah, but did you ever see him as a child
Michael
actor?
Keaton?
No, not Begins. Sorry, the Dark Knight.
I have to rely on you, Biscuit, because I can't remember the guy's name.
Was it Christian Bale?
Christian Bale, that's him.
Yes, it was Christian Bale. Have you ever seen his movie where he was a little kid in China when the Japanese took over?
I believe that was called The Golden...
Something
Emperor.
of the Sun. Something of the Sun.
Emperor of the Sun, yeah.
Yeah. That was like... That made that guy. He was like... That was probably one of the best movies you could ever watch. For as far as that was. And
I remember watching The Golden Child with Eddie Murphy.
That was a good one.
Jackie Chan and Eddie Murphy, wasn't it? I think. Jackie Chan?
Jackie Chan was not in The Golden Child.
No, he wasn't.
You're thinking of Chris Tucker and...
Chris Tucker, that's it.
And Jackie Chan.
No, I'm on about Golden Child with Eddie Murphy, but wasn't there an Asian guy in that? Well, other than the kid.
Good question. Don't remember. I
can't remember the name in the movie, but he's like he's a kid in mainland China. He's the child of a European or English parents,
like expats or whatever, right? Or is that what they call them?
Well, they're there making business, and Japanese show up, and he's a civilian. He hides out in the houses, and he ends up. And anyway, it's an amazing movie.
It's good. It's long.
I'd have to. Yeah, it probably is. I'm gonna have to find that guy. What was his name there? A Biscuit.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale. That's right.
Thank you. I'm gonna look him up right now.
Let me see here. What do we got going on? How did they make tools to work the brass? Yeah, that's a good question, John. Charizard, don't know what that is.
That's what I've just shown you, that model.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
The name of the movie is
And
Empire of the Sun.
That's what it comes from. That's fully painted.
That's the baby version of it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then the other one's full grown. Oh, this
Yeah.
is so. What's the next series you're going to go into? Like, is it Harry Potter? Is it The Hobbit? Is it Lord of the Rings?
Maybe some Warhammer stuff.
Warhammer? What the hell is that?
You don't know what Warhammer is?
Oh man,
It's a tabletop game with miniatures and orcs and goblins and space marines and stuff like that.
is it the same orcs as the Lord of the Ring orcs, or different?
Similar, but the more Tolkien.
Tolkien?
Mm.
But Tolkien didn't. What do you mean?
They're not actually from Tolkien books, but
Okay.
they're more similar to how he described them than the Lord of the Rings.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool. I like it. Hey, do whatever you know. It's your art, so
Yep.
it's pretty cool though. You got yourself some little paint, like micro paintbrush set.
Yeah, I've just bought a new one. Hold on.
And you call them.
I've got some nerd glasses coming tomorrow.
nerd glasses. Yeah. You have to like hold them up to the camera next week, and so we can see how much the application is. Nice set. Nice set.
Wow.
I mean, I don't see you using that big one too often. You have the whole thing.
I'll use it for like doing the large areas on the bigger models.
Cool. So are you at the point now where you do the colors and let each color dry before painting like the color that touches it? Because they'll bleed together otherwise, right?
I'll leave them to dry because it's acrylic. It dries in 2 hours.
Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, you could, that's a good idea. You take a nice picture of a finished avatar, and that could be a nice thingy, whatever, avatar, you get me. Cool, good idea.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of Ben Stiller.
Right. Yeah. It was funny. It ran its course.
Of course, I
You know,
haven't
that
changed.
Ben Stiller lives like about 3-4 miles from me, maybe 5. I don't know.
How about Rob Van Winkle, also known as Vanilla Ice? He's from Fort Lauderdale, or that area of Florida, I think, right?
Don't know him.
Vanilla Ice, Ice Baby.
Oh, well, I don't follow those guys. Sorry.
Well, in that song, he says A1A Beachfront Avenue, and I always was like, huh. And I looked that up as a kid. I was like, oh, A1A, cool. All right, now I know what he's talking about. This hardcore gangster rap.
Yeah,
That's
A1A.
McGrand's neighborhood.
A1A runs all the way up into Maine.
Right.
So,
Oh, that's U.S. Route 1.
well, I don't know where it cuts off, but wow, Steve, you got a nice look at that. He's cleaning that shit. I like
Sorry,
that.
that's probably tappy tap real loud.
No, it's good. I hear that. You got your. You know what? You got to clean your weed with your fingers, man.
I
Use your
grinder.
fingers.
Grinder.
Get rid of the grinder. You don't need that. Use your fingers. Come on.
Grinder.
Get in there.
McGrand is an
Set
expert
up.
at everything.
If I do that, my fingers will be sticky forever.
No, wow. You got some fresh stuff there.
Yeah. That's the keef underneath. I never even do anything with that. It's like I want to grind.
But guess what happens? Your grinder gets all full of gummy. It gets all gummy.
Eventually.
Use your fingers. It's all about your fingers. You know what I mean?
It's all in the fingers.
Well, you can watch them. I know you have a bar of ivory soap
thank you,
over
cup
there,
of tea.
so that's all you have to do is use a little finger shit and clean that up. And
Mm.
in the meantime, you got that grinder you're gonna have to worry about. It's gonna get all gummied up, and
Yeah, I'm I'm good.
All right. I don't know. What do? You got a 5-gallon bucket outside? You could throw it in with some soap or or bleach, or how do you break that shit down?
Why would you
If
do
I
that?
did need to clean it, I would soak it in vodka for a day and then
You wouldn't even
there
need
you
to do
go.
that. Just get a
That makes
clean,
sense.
Get a clean toothbrush and just
No waste,
brush it off.
Smokesteve. No waste.
yeah, the vodka THC is alcohol soluble.
It's
soak it in
soluble.
vodka.
Okay,
There
very
you
good.
go.
Boom.
That's a good suggestion. I appreciate that, man.
You got it. And let's bring in the finger himself, Mr. Lee Howells. How are you?
Lee
Hey,
Howells.
no see.
Hey, Lee. Good to see you.
How are you all?
Very good.
We're good.
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 We're still
Glad to hear
enduring. We're still enduring our election trauma because America can't count votes.
Yeah, I sensed that
so.
Tuesday. I was like, every news show I listened to all day long at work was like, yep, we're not going to know anything tonight. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to live stream on a fucking day where we have like
yeah.
That's
no
right.
results.
All
I
the
can't believe
important
that
stuff
stuff.
wasn't even decided. It's unbelievable.
It's still not.
It is
decided,
unbelievable.
is
We've
it?
had reports here on the news where they're sort of laughing at some of the American interviews where they're going, it's going to take us probably Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to get the result.
Exactly.
And the English report's like, what? This is like, so the most advanced country in the world, and they can't count votes. So
Not
it's like,
anymore.
what's going on?
They had some official on, I think, from Arizona, and he was like, "Yeah, we think we'll get the stuff into the system and on Monday, and and then maybe maybe we'll start counting on Tuesday." And
You know what? It is actually a blessing because it illustrates those who yield to the nonsense of the prior holders of power and the rhetoric and all the nonsense.
It is
Believe
not
me,
nonsense.
we already
It's not a blessing.
Did it used to be like this
I'm sorry.
No,
I
20
think
years
so.
ago?
Never used to be like this.
no,
They
because
get it
they
all
didn't
done.
have.
Because people are yielding to the nonsense.
No, that's not it. That's not it at all. It's
No,
the
it is.
mail-in ballots that are now. They all have to be
Yes.
done manually by hand, and they're all kind of unique,
what-
and it takes forever.
All right. So who is responsible for that?
Well, who?
Somebody-
It's every state.
Yeah.
Every state is different.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Come on. Who is responsible?
For
in
mail-in
these
ballots.
states? Yeah. Who is responsible for the delay? Who is responsible?
The state is responsible.
Perhaps they are those that advocate towards
I would
the
say
belief that you cannot trust the vote.
Is this one of your conspiracy theories we're getting to hear?
No,
I
I'm just
think
saying.
you're
Why-
trying to
What
point
I
your
want to
finger
know is
at
why is it always the same states that take so friggin' damn long to count?
I think you're trying to point your finger at a person. You point your finger at the system. The system is fucked.
Well,
It's not
the
a
system-
person.
The system has yielded to a person.
No, it's not. It's bipartisan. It's every.
No, it is. It is the last legacy of the Trump nonsense.
It has nothing to
No,
do
it
in
is.
any
It'll be
way,
gone
shape,
after
or
this.
form with
It's just-
Trump.
Well,
It's
mark my
because-
words.
it's
Last
because-
dance. After this,
I've
it'll be
marked
gone.
many of your words.
It's
All right.
only
I
because the
hope you
slow
do.
states are lazy. They've got lazy workers on the counting lines.
No,
Lazy.
It-
Good
it-
explanation.
it's a direct result of all the rhetoric and the nonsense that has been played out because of
Give me
people taking
one.
advantage.
Give me one way in which it is a result of. I assume you're talking about the election denial rhetoric or the fraud rhetoric. Tell me how the delays this election are somehow related to the fraud rhetoric from 2020.
Why are they delayed?
There are different reasons in different states.
Well,
There's no single
probably
reason.
because nobody accepts the standardized calculations in place
There's no single
for
standard.
a previous election. So we have hand counts. We have all kinds of different extraordinary measures being made to make sure it is fair. And the reality is it was always fair anyway. And it's placating to the nonsense that was brought about by the orange monster.
If anything,
And
it is
all those who
just the
advocated-
opposite is true. all the different methods of mailing in ballots, mail in, hand deliver it to a drop box, absentee ballots, all that is an effort to ensure that as many people that want to vote can vote, which is very much a Democratic Party platform, plank in their platform. So
the fact is that there has been a concerted effort by the Republican Party on a state level to limit the ability of people to vote. And that
if that
means
were true, then the
boxes,
counts would go
that
faster.
Means drop boxes. That means all kinds of other insanities. You can't give people water in line for voting.
That's a lie, and you know it.
No,
That was
it is
always
not
a lie.
The
It is
state
a
of
lie.
Florida is not a lie. It's in the law.
It is a lie. It is not in the law. It is explicitly not in the law.
It is.
No, it's not.
Well, we gotta work on that one. But
okay.
Last dance, giving water is an arrestable offense in Florida. On days.
I'll get the link that shows that it's not.
It's also an arrestable offense if you're in Texas and you find a Mexican on the border coming across.
Whatever you two
that's how insane this kind of rhetoric is.
God, can you just explain it? I don't. What's this discrepancy between you both? I don't understand. What's the problem?
I really can't understand what McGrand is saying. He's saying that somehow all the delays that exist in counting votes are somehow, he doesn't really explain how, caused by the vote fraud rhetoric of Republicans, from 2020.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it any better.
Well, I know you couldn't have.
Right. Thank you. I am disabled at the moment, so I appreciate your assistance.
You're disabled? How so?
Well,
are you okay? Oh, that's not disabled. That's happy enabled.
He has
I miss being disabled like that.
It's like I think John made a comment just a minute ago. It's here. It's like it's quite prestigious if you can get your votes and declared in the quickest time. So it becomes like I think he just mentioned there that I think there's somewhere up north which they've done it like 3-4 years in a row. That you see people running in with boxes, and the first to declare their results is like a moral victory for that county. So
I think we've got 50 states and one District of Columbia. I think it should be a priority from now on that they should be able to count all the votes, all of them, before the day is out on election day.
I think that's it. That is something that we should all seek out.
The last declares like the morning or afternoon after the election.
But usually we know by then, don't we? Unless it's really tight. But usually,
do you guys have mail-in ballots? Mail-in?
For the elderly and disabled,
and people that live abroad that might are still British citizens. They can still send their vote in as well.
Aren't you worried about disenfranchising poor people who can't come to the polls to vote?
No, because there's
loads of polling stations there.
Every village has a polling station.
I like that.
It's the same here.
I like that.
Every neighborhood has a polling station.
Yeah.
You can walk to any polling station. You never have to drive.
If you can walk, you can get to a polling station.
But unlike, I'm sure you must do the same thing. If there's, let's say it's a tight vote in a certain area, then that political would put on buses for the day and stuff like that to get as many in as they possibly could.
Oh,
so
no,
they will
you can't do that here.
You can here.
I don't think candidates can provide buses here. That would be controversial.
No, they don't provide buses.
Yeah.
The ad banners on sides of buses.
Okay.
Put the ad banners on the existing buses.
Sure.
No, you can do it here. If you got to keep them away a certain distance from the polling place, but you can definitely transport people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
I wouldn't be surprised if you can. I never thought about that.
I think there might be a problem if you start putting it on things like hospital shuttle buses that are free and people have to.
No,
I don't know.
Whatever
Because
That
dude,
reminds me,
if there's
just going back a bit. You know, you were talking about the pyramids because I was like,
Yeah.
I had you on in the background. I believe that the whole way they built them has been sold. If you can imagine a huge wooden frame, I'm talking huge, and then you've built a box within the frame and a box and a box and a box. Where they did is it LADAR, where it sees through the ground or trees.
I don't know
LiDAR.
what you call it.
It's
It
LiDAR.
bounces a signal, does it come back? Yeah.
It's called
Apparently,
LiDAR.
the whole. That's it, LADAR. What's it called?
LiDAR.
LADAR.
It's
LIDAR.
LIDAR.
Yeah, I've got it now. Yeah.
It's an
And then,
acronym.
anyway, the geographical area is full of lime. There's mass quarrying around there, and they've made what was like a cement, and then filled it into the box, and then waited for it all to dry, and then you'd have a smaller frame and then go up. But you could also build within the wooden frames like tunnel sections as well that exist in the pyramid. And by doing that, and then they tested it to see if they could build sort of a miniature sized one, and it all worked. So they didn't probably take as long as or as much manpower as I first thought. So just imagine a huge wooden frame on the floor with individual boxes, yeah, and then you fill them with concrete, let them dry, and then the next frame is smaller with boxes. So you finally build a pyramid. It still took a long time, but there was no heaving massive stones up ramps or anything like that. So yeah, some French.
So they had primitive concrete that or mortar.
Yeah,
it was.
yeah, that's what they believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Those stones of the pyramids are not concrete. They're
they're
natural stone.
No, it's not. It's not like actual. No, there is a mixture to it, which they managed to prove. So
no, they're quarried.
I'll try and find a link for you.
Hey, Lee,
a
are you
fascinating
on? Are you on? Are you on the Discord, Lee?
Yeah, I am, and I'm known there as Lee. So you might. I have messaged you all, but you might not have picked up that it was Lee Howell. But
Okay.
yeah,
We demand
I'm
you spend more time there.
I will.
Yeah, because discussions because this sort of thing, you can go nuts.
Yeah.
You can do what you want, Lee. There's no.
Yeah. But
we're not twisting your arm.
This is a fascinating subject for sure. The ancient Egyptians. Do you think they shaved, Lee?
Yeah, I was listening to you at that point. I thought, and I was shouting.
That might be more of a mystery. That might be more of a mystery.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, definitely the flint. That flint that you were talking about, that glass flint. Yeah, I've seen that and read about that. Super sharp. I don't think they can even make some blades that sharp in this day and age. It's
like one molecule thick. It's unreal, dude. They can split hairs and shit with them. It's crazy.
I was thinking when you were saying, "Oh, what do you first thought of shaving?" Yeah, I suppose killing an animal with those sort of flints and then skinning them. I'm sure somebody thought, "Oh, hang on a minute."
Oh yeah.
Or descaling fish. I thought, "Oh, what happens if I put that on my face?" And yeah, I'd love to know.
Hey, Lee, I wanted to ask you a question.
The first caveman to discover this his name was Gillette. And he's been making, and he immediately opened a business, and it's been going for 15,000 years now.
He won 6 Super Bowls with Tom Brady.
Sorry, McGrandy, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that I'm sure you're aware there are a lot of pyramids in Central and Northern Latin America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the Aztec pyramids.
Maybe the same.
Not so much process. The Aztecs, mostly the Mayans
and the Incas.
Yeah.
Incas were in Peru, and that's
and
true.
Sumerians. The Sumerians as well.
They were the Sumerians were your part of the country, buddy. But
the Sumerians weren't they like in the Middle East? They were the first race ever to write anything down. Yeah,
but we're talking New World now.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
All right. So he mentioned the Incas, and the beautiful thing about the Incas, which is like Peru South, is they built roadways, like pathways that had runners that could traverse South America from maybe Peru to all the way to the southern end of Chile today, right on the ridges. And we're talking high altitude guys, runners and stuff like that. But that's just part of their transportation system. But the reality is, you go farther north, and that's where the pyramids were. And actually, I was talking about the Mayan pyramids, which are like in the Central America,
Okay. Yeah.
the Yucatan.
I've just looked up how Egyptians shaved, and what did I say first thing? Real men use rocks.
So you just
What
rub
they
it
said
off.
about
Yeah.
that.
They use a depilatory cream, and then they would repeatedly rub their faces, heads, and arms and legs with pumice stone to remove their
I was gonna say
hair.
pumice.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
that sounds brutal.
Wow.
I think you come out bloody as well as hairless.
They put a little comment on the end, and you thought shaving with a dull blade was rough.
Do you remember the movie Mel Brooks? What was it?
History of the World,
Yeah, when
Part 1, 2,
yeah, when
Part 2.
who is the African American?
Well, the other thing is,
He was one of the
Grandy, you
slaves.
said about like a network of roads. I don't know how much you would get taught it in America, but like the Roman age in Europe, they were phenomenal at building road networks and totally straight.
Absolutely.
Well, straight as
Oh, yeah.
but you were talking about lost technology earlier on. The Romans also had underfloor heating in most villas. So fire would be lit on the outside of the wall and then sort of encapsulated. So the heat would have to go into the house. And then there were small little pillars in the floor before the tiles were laid on top. And all the heat would go in. But of course, once the medieval times came, that technology was lost.
That's what I was talking about earlier, how there was a technology surge in ancient times that seemed to really disappear in the medieval times. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that was because of the Dark Ages. That's why.
Right.
So in this country in particular, there was no one ruler. So you went to the Dark Ages history was that you went in. Sorry.
I'm going to give you a perspective from the Western Hemisphere, and that is there were conquistadors in like 1515. So we're talking 20 years after Columbus, maybe 50 years after Columbus. We'll go a little bit farther, say 1550. There were conquistadors that were coming out of Colombia. They were going into the Amazon, and they were going to try and find the Atlantic Ocean because that's where it was going. And they came across fantastic civilizations, thousands and thousands of people in these civilizations completely intact. Even by Western standards, they were awesome. And 50 to 100 years later, they were gone just because of exposure to the European explorers and everything else that was going on.
Diseases and stuff like that, yeah.
But what I'm saying, and there were major cities too that existed. So, anyway, I wanted to throw that in there with your Sumerians.
Yeah,
it was going on all over the place.
The reason technology was lost was because there was no leader of the country. So you basically had tribes of people ruling the land. So to travel from one place to another,
I
was
may
just too dangerous. So people became very insular in their villages.
I may submit to you that over the history of time, there have been thousands, if not
of civilizations,
thousands of civilizations that have been grown and lost, and we just don't know because we're little people.
It could happen to us. It could happen to this civilization.
It's going to happen to us, Lee. Not now, but you know.
Well, it's been proven that the ancient Greeks had medicine that was lost to time.
That's believable. Sure.
They had what? Sorry.
They had medicines. They believed they had antibiotics.
Maybe they did.
Antibiotics.
I mean, what is penicillin but a dish filled with some formulation of bacteria? I mean, even Valley Forge. There's lots of stories about antibiotics and everything else.
It's-
Smallpox.
it actually
Smallpox was attacking everybody at Valley Forge.
Antibiotics actually
And-
come from fungus, don't they?
No.
Yeah.
What? No, I don't think
Mold.
so.
Mold. I think
Mold.
mold is a form of fungus.
I was
Penicillin
amazed to
is a
see.
mold.
I saw this instrument. I was amazed by this. It just blew my mind. There's an instrument during Roman period where, when the soldiers were in battle, if they had a blow to the head, they could get a blood clot in the head. And they had medics in the Roman army, and they had this instrument that would go onto your head, which they could wind, take a piece of your skull out, remove the blood clot, and then put it back. And I just thought, God, for that time of period, I just was mind was by that.
Yeah.
They would carry that operation out, like
Trepanation, I think is the term.
Jeez,
So,
is that what it
Lee,
is?
I'm
Yeah.
going to bring that a bit farther in history and tell you about Valley Forge. Smallpox was affecting everybody, and they had a lot of Africans that these were Africans that bestowed upon the medics a possible solution.
Yeah, cowpox.
And that solution, the solution was it's to take an infected person and take a specimen from his smallpox
From the blister.
pox
Right.
and introduce it to other people
That's not how
in the
they
form
cured
of
it.
a very, very basic vaccination.
They actually found that the maids that was milking cows
Penicillin.
who got smallpox never got cowpox. Sorry, never got smallpox. So they actually made a formulation of cowpox in a vaccine that cured smallpox.
That's
Well-
a different way. But I think what
Yeah,
Grant's
if-
talking about, I think that's called variolation.
It may be, but it's a very risky process because the source of the infection is not really quantified as to being safe or not. But they would actually do that. They would provide. They would instill that bacteria because it is a bacteria.
All right, real quick here.
uh,
I'm just going to go ahead and bring in our own person named Aphid Lip. How are you?
Oh,
buddy?
I'm out of
Hey,
here now.
good.
That
Hi,
guy's
buddy.
been harassing me nonstop.
It's all in good fun, Last Dance.
He has
Oh.
been. I
You
noticed
say
that
that, but
last dance.
As soon as I got off the show, I spent hours crying.
Wait, I made some
Hey,
shit.
something
remember?
I wanted to throw into now, which it's never really looked at it. I've seen it the odd occasion, but don't pay much attention to it. But I've been watching some of the videos on YouTube since they've released all these UFO from the military. Do you think what they're showing is possibly UFOs, or do you think it's just military machinery?
Are you on about those blurry images from military?
The one where they
cameras?
capture the one across the sea, and they're like
Yeah.
going, "Woohoo! We've got a lock on it," and everything. And then there was an aircraft carrier.
Debunkers
one of the aircraft
believe
carriers.
it could have been a bird, but because of the way that the footage was captured, that the way it was panning made it look like it was moving faster than it was.
By
Well-
definition, it is an unidentified flying object.
Yeah, because you don't know what it is.
Even though it may not be flying or an object.
My
Well, it has to be
opinion
an object.
is it's called inoculation. Inoculation is they give you a little bit of information so that you're not too startled when the reality really hits. And the fact is
I was just
there's no
intrigued
way
because
to
the Pentagon-
explain
the Pentagon
those-
have actually
those,
released it.
the-
Mm.
I
there
think
is
that-
there is no way to explain the actions of those items or those objects.
I think that word inoculate would be what they used to do when they had little like inert amounts of viruses or dead versions of viruses. It wouldn't
Yep,
they, like
it's the
literally
same-
they'd put that in your arm like in an open wound, basically.
it's the same thing with propaganda and information. It's the same thing.
You think the government knows there's aliens out there?
Yes,
and they're
yes.
slowly releasing information so we don't.
Yes, I do. Because No, oh, I love that. I make you laugh, dude. I love that. Because,
Who in the government knows this?
well, I have no idea, but that's my personal opinion.
I mean, I used to be deep in the bowels of the government. I didn't know any of this.
Well, then it was well done.
Did you know? Did you ever know about Majestic 12 there?
There's a lot of stuff I didn't know about. I mean, I'm not pretending. I'm just saying that.
Anyway, my personal opinion is they're releasing this stuff, so it's not too shocking. Because just imagine if you released all the information about governmental contact with alien life today, it would mean that religion is gone.
No, it wouldn't.
Everything, all our basic foundations are gone. Egypt is this and that.
I'll tell you before you go further,
so-
Grandy. Let
so
me tell you
that-
something about religion.
Go ahead, buddy.
Right. In when science reveals something that proves something wrong in the Bible just says, "Oh, we'll just omit that from the Bible, but everything else is God." So we'll just omit aliens from the Bible bit and say, "But everything else is still God." They're just basically, especially the Roman Catholic, they're the worst for it. They're just
we are.
we understand,
We are the worst.
because the religion is just something to cope with things that are unknown, and once things are known, you don't need religion for it.
Thank you,
anymore.
Smokesteve wife. I actually prefer that explanation to McGrandy's.
Wow, I got to look at that now.
No, that's fine. That's good. No worries. Hey, I hear their cannabis got legal in some particular state.
Maryland.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Marijuana
Here
from
too.
Maryland.
And what, 2 states?
two or
Missouri.
Missouri. Yeah,
And in
Missouri?
Germany in 2024, it's going to be legal for recreational use.
Oh, that would
Sehr
be
gut. Sehr gut, mein Herr.
They didn't think it was going to pass here, but I think it passed fairly easily.
yeah.
Well,
Did you vote yes?
we're stuck in the swamp down here.
I voted yes.
Yes, I did.
Because we got a bunch of hardcore
Good man.
Bible thumping Republicans that don't want to give us the power to grow our own weed.
Well, you just need to kill them.
No, we don't.
Probably a good idea.
No. You know what?
Yeah, you know,
It's like when I
is
was
it
in the business.
recreational? Is it recreational?
It's safer for democracy.
Is it
Yep.
recreational for you guys? Do you know?
Nothing.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, here it is. Yeah,
Recreational, not just medical.
Yeah, it was
Recreational in
medical already.
Maryland.
It was medical already.
We're strictly medical down here. We got to be
we got,
retards to get it.
No, you
We got more weed shops than 7-Elevens around here.
You're gonna have more, or you?
No, we already do.
Oh, really?
I think
Wow.
they're overpopulated because they never seem crowded.
Oh, but
I
they're
heard,
only
like, out-
medical. They're only medical, right?
Right. I heard out. Well, I guess now they won't be. I don't know how long it takes to go into effect, but I heard out in the because I got some people I know that are into the seed business, and they said that the rural ones are doing real good, but the ones here in the cities, you know, everybody's got a guy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Once the prices come down, it'll make more sense. But the initial legal market is usually a shit show for prices.
Aldi
It's
seems
about
to
the
be
same,
on that.
actually.
I mean, that should be an important goal of the state is to, no matter what happens, make sure that the legal marijuana is cheaper than the illegal marijuana.
Well,
They
the
won't
problem with
do that.
Massachusetts
They've got to
was
tax it as well. Don't forget.
20,
Now, the most important thing
20%
should be to make it legal.
20% tax up here. So
Ridiculous.
Well, they should lower the tax
Here's what it
until
comes
it's
down
less,
to.
until the
You
market
got to
price
let a
for
man
legal is
grow
less
his
than
own
illegal.
weed. You got to let him grow his own weed. That's got to be an important part of the legislation. Because then you can
They won't let
screw
you
them
do
all.
that. They won't let you do that because they want all that tax dollar.
oh, they do let you do that.
I don't see how you can have. I think even Maryland lets I think all the weed has to be grown in state that's sold in the
Right.
in the medical. They're very strictly regulated.
Yeah. Yep. Barcodes on every plant. Every plant has a barcode. You believe that shit?
Well, you want medical, quality.
And you've got
This is
to,
for
you've, got
medical?
to, You've got to have a accountability and a registration of each one, so that if something makes someone ill, then they've got something to go back to. And
My question is, why is not Xanax put under the same constraints as this shit is?
What?
because it's big pharma rules all.
No,
What do you mean,
here's what it
constraints?
is. It's a state endeavor. There's no federal control. All these actions on the state level. And it's not like the FDA is involved at all. FDA is not involved. In fact, these people who produce marijuana at the state level cannot even put their money in a bank. They have to have alternate banking systems in place.
That's changed a little. They can now.
I'm just saying there's all kinds of federal obstacles to this kind of way of doing business.
Yeah, they need
Yeah,
to.
well-
And the
They need to get rid
reality
of
is, here's the really weird thing. We got a lot of sunshine out there. Everybody's growing pot today inside a building. They have to build and have to have a all kinds of constraints on the plants.
Yeah,
You got to let people. If you make it legal in a state, you got to let people grow fucking 10 plants. You know, that's it.
Well, in Massachusetts, they allow 6 per person with a 12 plant limit per household. So
Wow.
2 adults can cohabitate and can have up to 12 plants inside. It's
Well, how about outside?
outside, same parameters, but they don't want it to be able to be seen from the road. They want it.
Wow.
They want it in a fenced-in yard. They don't want to be encouraging thievery.
Anybody who's growing pot plants doesn't want it exposed to the road for sure.
Yeah,
Someone's going to steal their plants.
It's like stealing, $20 bills or $100 bills off the
Well, you don't want it near the road anyway because of
topple.
because of pollutants and stuff. It'd intoxicate your weed, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I saw a couple of, in the neighborhood a few years ago. I was like, holy fuck, look at this ballsy fucker. Corn and weed. Like, who grows corn anyways in a backyard garden? Obviously, because the corn grows tall and he was trying to make a wall of corn, but it's Massachusetts, so the corn was pathetic. So it was like corn in the front, weed obviously right behind. It was hilarious. Like, funny little plan the guy had.
Was he able to harvest them peacefully?
He made it. He made it through the summer, so I'm sure he got something, dude. He was probably just an old head, hoping to get some smoke. Nothing too crazy,
Well, up by you guys, you'd have to harvest that around September.
Outdoors, sure. You're lucky to make it to October for sure.
I had a buddy, and his dad saved every seed he ever got out of the dirt bags that he would get back in the day. He had a big old mason jar full of them, and he said when it became legal here in Missouri, he was going to throw them out the window all the way to work so he could just stop.
That's brilliant. You can't get in trouble that way.
Just ditchweed,
Even better, just grow them around the police station at night,
The secret is not necessarily the quality, but the freshness. So, in my day, we you got to look at the concentrations that are happening today. Like in my day, it was 5 or 6% THC, but now it's like 35%. So
that's rare, but
no, it's at least 30.
Topple, you're never butthurt.
I'm sure he's real upset about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of a sneaky thing here going on. Like, it could end up being that the Republicans control the House and the Senate. There's a damn good chance of it.
The Senate, there's only one seat left, right? It's the Maryland, the Georgia one is the only one up in the air.
I don't think it's gonna happen though.
Me too.
So that's crazy.
I think
the air's been out of their sails, so I don't think they're gonna show up.
Okay.
Here's
But
the beauty
it could be the overconfidence of the Democrats.
Yeah, maybe nobody will show up.
Wait, well, here's how it works. Give you civics class right now.
I'm sure a lot of money will be wasted on advertising. That's one.
Everybody quiet.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But the reality is, the president can veto the bill. It won't become law.
What
And
bill?
it takes 2/3. So it's 2/3 of the both
how-
houses to pass a bill over
We know
his
how we
veto.
know about that.
Well, not everybody does. Last dance. So
Why
even-
would the president veto a bill?
I watched Schoolhouse Rock.
Well, because he's a Democrat, and those lunatic Republicans may take over Congress.
Oh, I thought you were talking about marijuana.
No,
No,
but
I'm
I
not
think
talking about that.
what's going to end up happening is the president's not going to be able to get much done, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I agree. It's another stalemate.
With regards to his specific agenda. Now,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
with
absolutely.
With
You're absolutely right on the mark,
stuff,
buddy.
He'll. They're not going to freeze him out on every single thing, but with his agenda type stuff,
Nah, they're gonna freeze him out on everything because
it's
I'm just
possible.
glad we got 6 more years of him.
Oh, you
I think everybody's pretty happy about that.
Do you
6
think,
more years of Biden?
Do you think the
He
Republicans
said he's going
are
to
gonna
run again.
Are the
I heard that, but I
Republicans
don't
gonna
think he is.
He's got the power now. What are you saying? Now. How did you change your name again? Because I just tried to change my name. I couldn't figure out how to do it.
You see that in the lower left corner, there's a picture of you with 3 dots in it.
Oh,
What the fuck does that
No, I
say,
can't.
dude?
It's
I
last
thought
dance
my
upside
eyes were
down.
bad.
oh, it's
It's last
Click on the
dance
dots.
upside down.
a lot. He made this upside down. How's he? He's awesome.
I've got the skills, buddy.
I take back every bad thing I said about you earlier. You're pretty cool.
he has the power.
See, I don't think Democrats want Joe to run again. That's why he isn't going to run again.
No, I don't think they do either.
Yeah,
So-
and
No.
I think the feeling is mutual for Trump on the Republican side.
Oh,
The
yeah, it's
establishment Republicans never wanted Trump. They hated him from day one.
So I
But
Trump
once he
got a
came-
rise- has Trump
He is
got a rise
poison.
now? Isn't this guy from Florida sort of edging to
Yeah.
be the leader of the
We'll see. As someone said, people have been counting Trump out for 6 years now. And what did someone say? Trump's always bloody, but he's never dead.
Yeah, well, I heard.
I hope
someone
he's
say
dead. But
the other day on NPR, the commentator said, "Oh, I thought he was going to be done for when he said that terrible thing about the Arabic family who had a son who died as an American soldier, right?" And then he had another misstep when he spoke about John McCain.
McCain, that was
war
not,
hero, prisoner of war.
I like people who weren't captured.
Right. So, but then you thought that was going to do him, and no. Then you know what? He kind of jabs fun at a handicapped reporter in the audience. Nah, that didn't.
Oh, yeah.
That didn't do him. And what else was there? There's a long litany. Of,
It's a lot, not just so many things, one after another.
And you know, they say when he finally got together with Kim over there in North Korea, he said, "Did you hear I called you Rocket Man?" And Kim said, "You called me Little Rocket Man." He was not happy with the little. He liked the Rocket Man. Yeah, crazy Trump. It was almost like he liked Kim and he liked Putin. It was like, what the hell was going on there, you know?
Because he
hated-
likes
and hated our allies.
authoritarian leaders who can rule like kings, and he thinks he's that way.
Last
The
Dan,
fact,
did
the
you
fact is,
notice that
Donald
there
Trump
did-
is a dickhead.
Did you notice
We
there
have
seemed
to
to be
admit
an
that.
affinity for Kim and Putin from him?
I don't know whether it was a true affinity or he was just, treating them like he wants to be treated, which is to be fawned over.
Which is
Well,
worse.
constant.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. But I don't have any respect for Trump, so why do I have to defend him?
No, you're all we got here.
Mind you, maybe he thought being friendly with these people or showing them some respect meant that it kept peace. Because I think he's the only president that's been in where there hasn't been a war.
See, I don't think Trump
Somewhere
cares
around the
about
world.
peace.
Well,
I mean,
I mean, that's a roll of the dice. I don't think he did anything or didn't do anything that kept that from happening.
I think he definitely had goals, and I think fawning over these leaders is part of his quote charm. Uh, but I don't. It never had any. Ultimately, it was worthless. Like all, nobody's ever been able to manage the North Korean little toad, and Putin. Putin's Putin. He's got the national interest of Russia. He's not going to be. That's not going to change if somebody licks his boots for a day or two.
Yeah. So
What about
action? Go ahead, buddy.
what about this Herman thing? Is it being reported heavily there that they've managed to take this city back and the Russians have retreated? Is it being,
yeah,
being
big
reported
time.
really heavily here?
Big
Yeah.
time on TikTok.
Yeah, it's
That's
being
for sure.
reported a lot. I find that
I
it
don't think
reminds me.
it's-
It reminds me so much of the Vietnam War. Which is people celebrate gains that are only temporary, and the real goal should be to find a
Wow.
lasting solution. Now, if that lasting solution is found because the Russians are driven out all over the place, that's great. But let's not celebrate
No, too
one,
right.
one moment of success in a war when things can go back and forth for decades.
One moment. We're talking about
Destroyed it.
at least 4 months of a
Yeah,
concentrated offensive.
it's all good
Counter-
news,
a
but this is
counter
Russia.
advance. But
They're not. It's not
I
some.
Wait a
had a
minute.
bit of a tear in my eye today watching the Ukrainian.
Me too.
cursing.
I agree with you there, Biscuit. Maybe
They
Oh,
were,
it's-
they were so happy.
maybe we are victims of Western propaganda, but the fact is that a resolute opposition to the Russian nonsense has finally played out, or maybe not even played out. Even if the Ukrainians lose today, they have not been diminished in the world of public opinion.
I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in a shifting battlefront. Where the lines shift, and
Well-
one day it's Ukraine has Kherson, and then in 6 months Russia retakes Kherson, and then it goes back and forth. That's not what we want to see. We should.
Well,
that's not what we
that
should
sounds
want
like-
to see.
That sounds like
You-
Fallujah.
Yeah.
No, it's not Fallujah at all, because we took
yeah.
Fallujah. It just took a little time. The
There was
reality is,
multiple takings.
no. They killed the guys, and then we went in. The Marines slugged it out. It took them about 2 months. They had to clear the cemetery. That was the big part. And then they did what the Russians are doing right now. You know what they did? Anybody who got in their way, they blew up the building. And that's
Who's
what's
they?
going on. That's what's going on right now in Kherson. That means anybody who fucks with them. And guess what? The Russians know that the Ukrainians are willing to blow up their own buildings in order to extricate the Russian troops.
You mean
That's why they all bailed.
clearing
and
out the
across
Russian
river.
troops?
They're all
Yeah.
across. They're all across the river right now.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
see the videos right now.
Well, here's a
They're
good
12
question
hours old,
from
and-
PB.
and the Russians are gone because
here's what I have to say. I'm if you look at my Twitter handle, I have the Ukraine flag. I support Ukraine, but I don't want to see Ukrainians get killed. So if the Russians are in a bad way, maybe that's a good time to sue for peace. Maybe they'll get a good deal. I don't want to see this war go on forever.
It won't work with the Russians.
Let me ask you this,
One thing
McRand.
that's a bit worrying is the rhetoric that's coming out. I've heard today is that the Ukrainians are so elated by the fact that they've taken Kherson. That,
Yes.
which, like you say, I mean, is that then they're now saying that they won't stop until they take Crimea back as well. And if that's
So
Well,
the
they've
be
been
it.
saying this for. They've been
Let
saying.
me ask you
Get
this.
Crimea back.
Let me ask you this, McRand.
That's not going to happen.
Why not?
What will prevent
No,
Russia from
happen.
using nuclear weapons?
Well, because Putin is not the big. He has a little set of balls, is what it's all about. It's not going to happen.
So that you think
well,
it's because he.
I'll tell you.
You say
I'll
that.
tell you
Let me
what'll
one
stop
thing.
him.
Look,
Everyone's saying the war against Ukraine against Russia.
And
It's
in
not
history,
that's not true. The truth fact is that it's not Ukraine against Russia. This war is actually the USA and Europe against Russia, supplying them everything. This is
I don't care about that. That's true, but that's not my point.
President Xi has already stated to Putin that if he uses nukes, then all help from them is off the table.
Okay, but let me say this.
Tell you this: if I'm pushed into a position where somebody is put Crimea as being part of this,
exactly.
If you're going to attack my country, now you're attacking my country, I might use a tactical missile. And
I don't even think that's the thing. I think that if Crimea is lost, Putin is going to be overthrown. So he views this as his life and death, his personal life and death. So he can't lose Crimea or he's gone. So he'll do anything.
And let's not forget, if the rest of the world then stand up and say, you've dropped a tactical nuclear missile, we're going to punish you. But you've got a nuclear war on your hands. The guy's got 6,000 missiles. It'll just say, bring it on then. Because unless you let me get away with this, and you're going to start firing missiles at me, I'll start firing missiles at you.
No. So, the Americans and British will not fire missiles. They will use general military tactics to
all right, then. So if
Putin
drops a nuclear missile tomorrow, a tactical nuclear missile in the battlefield, you're telling me that Europe's just going to be fine. That's fine.
No, Europe and America will kill every Russian soldier.
You're saying they're going to roll in with conventional troops.
He'll fire another nuclear missile. He could take this country out with 2 missiles.
Yeah, he could take the country out, but he can't take out the US and British military with 2 missiles. Or
he
even
could have
50.
a bloody good go. And whilst you're saying, I'm not arguing with you, by the way. Whilst you're saying, he could do this, there's a lot of innocent people that have died in the meantime through
don't forget that there's a long chain of command before any missile gets fired.
I just don't think you want to get to that point.
It takes one person in that chain to say no, fuck you.
Just let me say that you never want to get to this point. You don't want to keep escalating. You don't want to keep pushing to where it gets to this point.
Because they have figured it out long before us. The Russians know us, and they know they're not going to push it.
I agree that it's unlikely, even in this scenario.
The Russians realize this is the biggest fucking mistake they ever did.
Yep.
They're going into Ukraine and they're getting their ass kicked.
They don't realize it enough to quit.
Well, they will. They're exposing. Well, in the meantime,
Putin doesn't have an exit.
They're going to kill
right
thousands of Russian soldiers.
He will die
under a pretense for pride, and that'll be the undoing of Putin. He'll be done.
Know.
And the problem.
I don't know how to end this. I just think it should be.
You have to stand up to dictators. You cannot.
Well, everybody has stood up to him. He's been stood up to.
You cannot let.
Now we're talking about trying to avoid a nuclear war.
No, we're not. Because they're not going to do it.
I don't think you have to stand up to dictators to the point where you end up with a nuclear exchange. Well, that's standing up too far.
You know what the beautiful thing here today is, Last Dance? You got 2 Americans who disagree. And I'm telling you, Putin is not going to do it.
Wait, who are the 2 Americans that disagree?
You and me.
You've got to take into account as well the national population. At the moment, whether Putin's got support at home is another thing. The moment somebody steps a boot into the Russian territory, that's when it would all change, because every Russian then would be, right, we're going to come to arms and help out, because they will not put up with somebody stepping a boot into
Ukraine
their country.
won't go into Russia. They'll go into Crimea, but they won't go into Russia.
But that is Russia.
Well, so far,
no, it's not. It's Crimea. It was only Ukraine. What was it? 12 years ago.
They speak differently, though, Biscuit. That's the problem.
Let me just say this, as far as the Crimean Sea, as far as the Crimean Sea, the Ukrainians have proven themselves to be quite effective in limiting. There has been no amphibious landings on the southern parts of Ukraine that everybody predicted about 6 months ago. And the reality is, Ukrainian ship or Russian ships in the Caspian Caspian, right?
The Black Sea.
Yeah, they're running wild. They've been hit so many times by the Ukrainians from missiles
their
and
flagship,
drones that they are shitting their pants.
Their flagship
Ships are vulnerable.
The Russian
Yeah,
Navy,
but McCarthy,
Navy
that
has
goes
been
back to what we were saying
neutralized.
earlier. You
The
start
Russian
pushing them
Navy
into
has
a
been
tight corner.
neutralized.
Yeah,
That is
yeah,
the beauty of this whole scenario.
But you know
Navies are
what?
basically there to
Ships
fight.
are vulnerable, but nukes are not.
It
And
depends.
you just don't want to get to the point where their only option is to surrender or use nukes. You just don't want to get there because
Wait. Last stand. Did you realize that there are three nuclear American submarines that have entered the Mediterranean?
I'm sure there are. I don't know what you're saying.
No, there are three nuclear submarines that they went into ports into Gibraltar
What does it matter?
and it was publicly known. So they are
win.
revealing themselves as being a potential.
Well, they're only there to protect the rest of NATO, aren't they?
Well, they are.
If you get to the point where they launch a nuke,
message
we're all done for.
to the Russians, and the Russians know this. Nobody's going to launch nukes.
I don't want to see us ratcheting up this conflict to the point where any mistake results
Putin is,
in a nuclear exchange. You don't want to get to that point.
No,
you don't want to keep escalating it till it's
we didn't
till it's on a hair trigger.
We did not escalate that.
It doesn't matter if it's our fault or their fault. We're in it. Everybody's in it.
We did not escalate that.
We did not de-escalate it either. So,
well, so be it. I don't think we should.
Even if he's crazy, we have to be sane.
I love this. This is really good, man.
But
appreciate
you
this.
You say you didn't escalate it. Well, if the Americans weren't making it known that maybe Ukraine should be part of NATO, I kind of disagree with you. I think you did escalate it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot. There's a history here that I don't blame the U.S. for Russia invading, but I still think there are lots of things we did that
thanks for
made it more and more difficult for Russia. That made invasion more likely, and eventually it happened.
I don't know.
I blame Russia. They're responsible for the invasion, but that doesn't mean that we didn't, reduce their options.
Fuck them. That's what I gotta say.
You can't.
Fuck them.
That's not good.
You know what? They've been fucking pushing people around for a long time. They gotten away for it for the last fucking 10 years.
We've all been pushing people around.
Yeah.
We don't have the moral high ground for that.
There are three types of people in this world.
We can watch them push their fucking shit around and fucking beat up a bunch of people. And thank God we got a bunch of Ukrainians that are willing to stand up to these bastards.
I'm not being biased or anything, but come on. I mean, the United States have been bullying people around for changing regimes. I mean, come on.
Oh, yes, we have.
We spent since 9/11, we did nothing but fire missiles all over the world where anybody that pisses us off gets
you know what, guys?
Up their
I agree
ass.
with that. I agree with that. But this is different. This is homegrown.
It's not, though, is it?
This has nothing to do with us.
I'm not supporting Putin, but the Americans can go and change a regime in Libya, whether it's in Iraq or whatever. And the moment
I blame the Brits for Libya.
No. I agree with you guys, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. We're talking about Ukraine.
That's fine. I'm just saying that you can't.
Guess what? We got a Democratic president who's funding these guys, like most of the EU is funding these guys, standing with them. You got countries in the Baltic that are ready to join NATO.
Do you agree with that? Sending them $500 million last dance?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Do you agree with sending them $500 million or $1 billion or whatever?
I mean,
multiple billions.
I don't mind sending the money as long as it's part of a strategy to achieve peace. I don't just think you just throw the money over the transom and say, okay, we'll see what happens.
Think on this last
dance.
If you submit to Putin,
you got to be strong. You got to have these guys fucking scared. You want to go to the tables and talk to these bitches.
hold on.
I didn't hear
That's
anything.
very-
I'm sorry.
We have a bit of a structured
They are going to
debate
be
here.
they are going to be in debt to the United States of America and Europe for many years to come. There's an old
No, they're
saying:
not gonna
"Catch
pay
a
it
tiger
back.
by its tail." And
We'll
that's exactly
forgive
what they've
it.
done. They've embraced America.
We will
They've
forgive
embraced
it,
Europe.
Lee.
Every contract that's going to rebuild that country and investment in industry is all going to be going to the United States of America. And maybe
But they
a
don't
few
have any
European
money.
countries as well.
We're going to
They
pay
know
them
what's
to
gonna
pay
happen,
us.
Lee.
We've lent
We're
them
gonna
loads
forgive it.
of money.
Come on, you think
We're paying them to pay us.
Lee, do you really think
it's
some
true.
American president is going to try to hold that over their head and try to gain something out of the Ukrainian?
It already
Yeah, I
is
gotta-
happening.
That would never
they
happen.
already owe the UK billions of pounds. This isn't all for free. We're not
I got
sending.
I got a
loads of
funny
free
story, Lee,
missiles.
that you're gonna. It's not directly related, but for a while, Elon Musk, he bought Twitter and he changed some of the rules, and for a while, people with the blue check could change their name so that it appeared as though they were somebody else. And someone signed up, changed their name to Lockheed Martin. They actually changed it to Lockheed Martini, but then they posted a tweet that said, we're suspending weapons deliveries to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States until we finish an assessment of their human rights abuses.
Yes,
And then-
someone else also made an account immediately of Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts.
Oh, really? Someone did Eli Lilly, the drug company, and they sent out a tweet that said, from now on, insulin is free for everyone.
Yeah.
And the stock of Eli Lilly crashed.
No way.
Great spending of $8 by whatever mastermind troll that was that pulled
Yeah.
that one off. I mean, geez.
Count Dankula, you know who he is.
Oh,
He
fuck,
put his
love him.
President Trump on his.
I saw that.
And lots of people believed it, and they made him turn it back, but he put it back to giant penis. And then Twitter has frozen it there, so he can't change it.
Well, the funny thing, I screen snapped one of those tweets that he did as Trump. It was like a picture of like Shaquille O'Neal and like a somewhat racist sounding quote underneath, and like I was like, he actually posted this, and he had his name and picture as Trump. Like that's what he was doing. He was like,
People were shitting the bed, assuming he really was Trump.
yeah,
It was
crazy.
It was hilarious to see the reactions.
I mean, it was over the top but hilarious, and people didn't figure it out. Like, he got a lot of traffic for that one.
Yeah,
Guy is smart.
he's a very
He
smart
taught
guy.
his pug how to do a certain salute that I'm not going to mention, and then now he came up with another thing. He impersonated Trump on Twitter, and like,
Well, you saw when he was on Hayden's trigger warning show, right?
Loved it, of course.
He was a very sharp guy. I mean, I thought he was just some dumb redneck, some dumb Scottish version of a redneck, but he was smart
Very
guy,
sharp.
a very
Very
smart
sharp.
guy.
Yep, totally. I would say so much so that almost he wanted, I don't know, he seemed to be wanting stimulation, like intellectually.
I know.
Like Hayden was on like pins and needles trying to keep it like interesting. 'Cause
Yeah,
the guy
exactly.
was so fucking sharp on every answer. It was like, damn,
Yeah.
dude is like on point. Very cool. Yeah. And if you know anything about following him on Twitter, he's got a Sue Hulk, or I think that's his lady. She has her own account.
I didn't know that.
They have a beautiful daughter, and they are a great family. It's,
Yeah, just got a new baby, right?
yeah, super cute, man. He's like
Yeah.
a normal family guy.
Yep.
He's tatted up like a fucking Scottish gangster. It's cool.
Oh, Carol, your band? I thought I was hoping that some of these bands would be lifted, including Hayden's.
Exactly.
I do believe bands are only temporary now, though, aren't they?
I think they're doing a review,
Yeah.
and they're trying to figure out exactly how they're going to do this.
Everyone might be getting banned because Twitter might shut down and go bankrupt soon.
Well, Musk has been, throwing that crap out, but I think still Twitter is very valuable. He just needs to find a way to.
The ad companies are pulling out because they don't have faith in it, do they?
They're pulling out because left-wing, progressives are demanding that they boycott Twitter because they don't like the fact that their enemies are not going to be censored.
Well, I think that what was said was that they don't want their advertisements next to derogatory comments and things.
Well, I'm sure that's true, but we don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, that's still in a state of flux. We will have to see what the rules are and when they come out. And if they come out and everybody's throwing the N-word out, then advertisers might just decide, nah, this is not where I want to advertise.
Well, it comes down to a question of a simple thing. It was becoming a safe space. Fuck safe spaces. I think Twitter should find a way to survive not as a safe space, but as somewhat of an unregulated, but with certain regulations, if you know what I mean, like that are more on the logical parameters of things that we all know what we can't do. But there's got to be some topics and opinions that you can have that aren't going to get you banned. And I'm not talking about sexism or racism or overly violent or sexual content. I'm just talking about conversations, like
English bottle cap, I know that.
I feel like what Hayden got banned for was just total fucking horse shit. I don't know. Like somebody singled him out,
I mean, he was a little harsh in his tone, but I think it was totally legitimate.
Well, I mean, he's Hayden Hewitt.
Exactly.
That's his game.
That's his game. Exactly. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was ever off outside of legitimate range of criticism and spirited discussion,
wit, banter, and all things in between. 215. Can you show your face? I know it's probably you, but yeah. Well.
Hey, in this next week of the our national game football is the World Cup starts because USA are you getting is it big there? Do people look forward to it, or is it kind of just a minority thing?
It's not big to me. I pay no attention to it.
Right. Okay.
No, I mean, years ago when I lived with a dude, people in Vermont, one of them was a huge soccer guy, and we watched the World Cup then. And it was, I want to say it was Germany against Brazil, maybe about 20 years ago.
What about Matt Hancock in I'm a Celebrity?
Yeah.
But that was a good year. Good World Cup.
But the reason I mentioned that, you're saying about things being banned and stuff, there's been quite a bit of controversy. I don't know if it's been reported in your country, but there's been quite a bit of controversy in the fact because it's in Qatar, is it? Muslim country. So one of their ministers came out and said that
Qatar.
That's it. And they said that homosexuality is illegal.
Qatar is actually
which caused massive ripples all over Europe in the being against.
So
gay
it's
people.
outlawed there. It's outlawed.
Yeah.
You get arrested for any.
I mean, that's not a surprise. That's always been the law there. Everybody knows that.
Exactly.
Their comment was that no matter whether you're gay, straight, or bi, any public display of affection will get you put in prison.
Well,
look who he is.
All right, Topo, you're better than me.
What makes me laugh is that they knew those were the rules when they awarded the games to the World Cup to them. So why are they now making a fuss about it? It's just is that
FIFA?
FIFA, yeah.
FIFA, Sepp Blatter, that guy, that whole corrupt organization. I thought they were gone after all that.
Yeah. They still exist. I don't think he's the leader anymore, but he's certainly enough money out of it. That's for sure.
It's crazy how much.
Good idea, cup of tea.
Long day, Top.
They get paid huge money in those leagues in Europe, man.
The
athletes get hundreds of millions, just like our star baseball players.
I wouldn't say hundreds of millions. They get millions, but I think your guys like your basketball players get paid like hundreds of millions, don't they? So,
no, like
all the top athletes
guys
and all
that
the
play
sports
for like Barcelona and shit.
Yeah, they get like about Well, I suppose it will add up to millions, but I mean, some of the I mean, you're talking the absolute world class players, maybe getting £500,000 a week. Yeah, like Ronaldo,
wow.
I think he gets something like 300 or 400,000 pounds a week. Ronaldo playing for Manchester United.
And
Wow.
300 or 400
Holy
asses
shit.
a day.
I mean, here in the U.S., the top sports like football, baseball, and basketball, the top players could get anywhere between 20 and 50 million a year, and of course that keeps
Right.
going up every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that doesn't include their sponsored deals as well for
Does not.
drinks and
No, it doesn't.
Top, I'm waving to you.
yeah.
Tom Brady started his own like fucking
Wave back,
Hello.
Tom. Yeah.
company TB12. Top, I know Topple's probably got 6 or 7 TB12 hats.
The hell's that?
Tom Brady, number 12 hat.
Oh no. I could care less about that bitch.
Yeah, and they sold, I think they sold like the air. Remember in Spaceballs when they opened the can of air and drink it for. I think Tom Brady had his shit was about at that level of but it was like,
Oh, he lost a lot of money in that FTX crash.
yeah, he was one of their.
Well, he
main
just lost a lot of
sponsors.
money in a divorce. You kidding me?
Well,
I heard his wife bought a house next to him, right across the street from him in Miami Beach.
that's nice. Makes it easier to share the kids.
Yeah.
Imagine what kind of insanity is that we care about that guy and his money. And guess what? All he does is play a game.
Guess what? I don't really care about him and his money, but I do enjoy football.
Yes.
I don't care about his marriage. I just want to. All I care
Do
about
you
is him on the
remember-
field.
Is she that
Do you
even
remember
good?
a good few weeks back that you were talking? I'm sure you were talking about a young lad who was playing American football that was about to beat. He could possibly beat a record. Do you remember that? We're going back a good few weeks.
Are we talking about our football or your football?
Your football, and it was some
Correct.
young talent. And he was like, he was possibly going to beat a record. I just wondered whether he actually ended up doing it or not. I don't know if you remember.
I can't remember what that was.
I know, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
In money?
Yeah.
Money?
That's the way it is about a game. People don't really
No,
remember
it's
much.
like the amount of do you call them goals? I'm going to sound really naive now. What are they called when you
Touchdowns.
touchdowns? That's it.
TDs.
It might have been. It was
Touchdowns.
some young guy, and it was like he was in the running for beating around. He was quite a young player. But anyway, okay, you mentioned it, but yeah, doesn't matter.
Football's boring, just like baseball. It's just,
Are you not into
Eric,
sport at all?
Your Phillies almost won the World Series.
they're not my Phillies, but I'm from Philly, and it sucks. But oh well. At least I don't have to have it.
It was an exciting run by them. I don't know why you don't.
Did they cheat? Everyone
Not-
keeps telling me they cheated.
I didn't see any cheating.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. I'm like, well, they cheat because they beat a horrible team. Is that why?
They were the lowest ranked team in the playoffs, and they made it all the way to six
No, and my Eagles are
six games of the World Series.
My Eagles are undefeated.
Eagles are undefeated. Of course, that won't last, but they're playing very well.
Who's your quarterback?
Jalen Hurts.
Who's your quarterback?
He sucks my ass, dude. Fucking Mac Jones.
Mac Jones or Bailey Zapp.
I like Bailey Zappi. He makes me happy. That's all we got, okay? That's all right.
Zappy happy.
Are you a Miami Dolphins fan?
No, I don't care about football and any of that crap. They can all
care about
suck
sports?
on it.
Yeah,
I did have an opportunity, dude. I did have an opportunity to go to a couple of conferences, and they brought in some like cheerleaders from the basketball team. Yeah, they actually did a little dance at the fucking conference and shit like that. And it was funny. I strategically placed myself and my wife right next to those girls. And it was so funny. I got to meet all these cheerleader bitches. They were really cute.
Bitches. They're not bitches. They're women.
No, they I'm
Here
just
comes-
I'm sorry.
Here
I
comes
said
the
that.
misogyny.
No, I'm sorry I said that. But
And
they were
that
such-
event right there is where the Me Too movement started.
I know. I apologize. They were the sweetest girls I've.
They
I'm an
brought
old man, so
cheerleaders
you
to
know
a
what? It was an
business
easy
meeting?
thrill for me. It was an easy thrill.
That reminds me. About 1 year ago, a friend of mine.
Come here, girlie.
And a friend of mine goes on to you. Have you seen this? It's amazing. And it was. Is it? is it big in America? Which was lingerie American football, where the girls are just
yeah,
in,
yeah.
I've heard about
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
yeah. And I was like,
I'm
watching
not
it,
interested in
oh my God.
that.
It's like, is it?
You know,
Is
I'll
it, yeah,
tell
but is
you,
it, it looks
those
like it's
girls
got a proper
ball. They
league, you know?
ball, dude.
Well,
they tackle.
They're
They ball.
athletic. That's true.
Lee, I got to say, these were really, we're talking about
Hey,
a couple of
Mr.
levels
Kelsey
above
won.
football players. These are cheerleaders. So it was like a
Yeah.
great
You just
experience for
reminded
me.
me of it. Yeah, you just reminded me of it. That was all. So
Yeah,
about this
that's good.
lingerie.
I want to remind
Yeah,
people
yeah.
of things like that.
I kind of know where you live, McGrande, and there's plenty of strip clubs around you if you want to see that cheerleading going on. So
I was just going to say, it's basically just
I
pole
was in
dancing,
Miami. I was
slightly
in a
cleaned up.
All
it
it's
was-
got to
it
go
was
is
like-
walk the
Dude,
beach on a
I got to
nice
tell you,
warm day.
I got to stay at the Four Seasons Hotel in Miami Beach.
oh,
They got Botero's
They got
statues all around on the stairwell. Botero is he's an architecture. He's a
I thought you were
Colombian
about the Irish potato.
Botero. No, this the Four Seasons rocks, man. 5 o'clock in the morning, they got coffee in the lobby. Okay.
Boy, that's a low bar.
No, dude, you ask anybody there where anything is, and they will walk you to it. I'm talking about a
I'm
maid
sure it's
or
nice.
anybody else.
I'm just
I'm
you know.
just
I
saying
don't,
the
I
Four
don't know
Seasons-
about you, but if I ask someone in a hotel and them tell me to walk to it, I'd say fuck off and bring it to me.
Well,
Now
no,
that's a good hotel.
well, I got it. I'm never going to betray the Four Seasons, dude. They got
they
a
did
great
they
operation.
did good by you, huh?
Yeah, they're sweet people, and you know I have to tell you, I did take some of their shampoo with me for a little while.
Oh
and it was
boy, that's a
great-
federal crime.
No, it
FBI
wasn't.
is going to be knocking on your door.
It was a great experience for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks after that. I had that shampoo and it was
Yeah,
My
wonderful.
wife would take shampoo from every hotel, and we'd end up, I'd have to throw it out behind her back because we'd end up with, shampoo from 1984.
see,
No,
I prefer motels that you paid hourly. I don't like hotel. I like motels.
Yeah. For your needs, it's perfect.
Dude, you got to
Because
go top. You got
no one
to
understood that.
you know
Top,
what?
well, you
Top?
bring class everywhere you go. They just class
Top,
the
when
place
you come
up.
down the Fort Lauderdale, there's a brand new Four Seasons hotel on A1A.
If I got a place down there, I'm paying taxes. I'm not going to a hotel.
Topple's going to the place across the street with the hourly rates.
No, I want you to go down there, buddy. You got to spend a night in the Four Seasons, buddy.
You know,
I shit
Biscuit,
you
you were
not.
saying about fuck
It's
off.
worth it.
The
Not
to
kidding.
hotel stuff.
It's worth it.
There was a new restaurant outside Manchester, which has got all these reviews. Which apparently, I don't know whether it's true, but apparently the ideas come from America. So apparently, you've got a few chains of these restaurants.
Is it a Karen restaurant? Is it like them Karen restaurants?
You go in and the staff all behave badly. So you go, I've got a
Yeah.
table booked for, and they go, oh, for fuck's sake. And
That
you've got to
sounds
sign
like
a
the
waiver
Karen
as well.
restaurant.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I forget what it was. We had a good night though, and it's like you order a drink, you say, well, what would you, I'll take. What's a good beer? I don't fucking know. Just give me your fucking orders, your drink. It's like they just abuse you all night long, and they play a few games as well.
I think a New Yorker might love that.
There's a place in
Yeah.
Boston called.
It's going to be a novelty. I can't see it surviving personally, but
There's
it
a-
was a good
the
experience.
The Karen Cafe is doing really well because people love to be abused.
Is it?
Well,
I
there's
don't.
a place in the city here in Boston called Dick's Last Resort, which is they just the wait staff is total asshole, total dick to you, but the food is really good and they're fairly fast with
Yeah, the
drink,
food was good actually. We enjoyed it. Yeah.
but they're just a total prick, and that's their shtick.
I mean, that was kind of the joke about New York places in general. The Seinfeld "No Soup for You." Yeah, that was just
Right.
kind of the emblem for a lot of New York and New Jersey places.
Yeah.
I remember I remember visiting a place in New Jersey that I stayed at, I worked at for about a summer, and we'd go to this pizzeria, and if you didn't know exactly what you want, if you dithered for a moment, they would just get so pissed at you. What do you want? What do you want? Get out of here!
Yep.
It was very high stress
That's a thing from a few famous restaurants where, like, you get a cheesesteak and you have to say, like, Topple knows about this crap, like wit or without or wit or not out, blah, blah, blah. Fuck, I don't know the language.
all
but,
stupid.
like,
You got to know the rules, so might as well not even go in.
Yeah. I got a place across the street from me, Pumperdale's. It's a Jewish deli.
Pumperdale's?
And you
Is that
go in,
gay
yeah.
bar?
It's fucking
Ah,
no, dude, it's not. It's fucking
No.
great. You go in there,
Just
it's,
got
it's
that.
like 4 or 5 old Jewish guys.
What was it?
And-
Chippendales?
No, it's Pumperdale's. Pumperdale's. I'll give them a plug. You go in there, and it's
I'm
I'm
awesome
sure you
experience.
will.
No, you order your sub.
You're digging it deeper.
Bum.
Anyway,
Put a tip in Steve's jar.
Aphid, I saw you have a big dog.
Put the tip in? Jesus
big dog.
Christ.
yeah. I got a little
Bring it
one, a
out.
medium, and a big one.
He's got the
bring
She
the
just-
big
the
one.
Goldilocks dogs.
I
I
think
want
she
to
just
see
got
the big
outside.
dog. Bring them out.
I'll have to when she comes back. I think she's outside when she comes back.
All right, so-
But
You
with
gonna
one
show
her-
swipe of that tail, you could lose like 7 monitors.
yeah, man, that thing's brutal, and it's like that height too, like table height. So like,
Right.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
What type of dog is it?
it just beats. It just beats. It's
Can I ask you?
we got it.
Do you sleep
Man, I
with that
love
puppy?
ABBA. I'm going over to Carol Collins' place.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
What'd you say?
Aphid, do you let that dog sleep with you?
No, not that one. Too big. I mean, if
Ah,
I
you
take a
gotta put-
nap, she can come up with me.
How about your boy? You let him sleep with him?
What the hell are you talking about now?
We
I'm
doing?
talking about the big dog and the kid.
Okay, I don't know what.
Occasionally, yeah, he does.
All right.
Too much sleep talk. Jesus
How about the kid
Christ.
that you took from the school the other day? You let him sleep with
That was the.
Crow.
That's down here in the other corner.
The dog's been trained to drag the kids in.
No, he attracts
It's
them
a
in with
retriever.
Chip sits
Exactly.
Chip sits out on the street corner, right? Chip is the little cute.
Never say what they retrieve.
Chip's the medium one. He gets to sleep with me.
Chip's
He's
awesome.
cute. He's a good dog.
Chip's awesome.
Oh, dude, I'd have them all sleeping with me.
Now, if
well, I
somebody
well,
broke, if you had an intruder, which one would have the best reaction, and which one would walk up to him like with a ball?
I bet it'd be the little one. The
I don't
little
think
one.
any of the three would walk up to him with a ball if it was
Okay.
a true intruder.
Okay.
And I think that they probably wouldn't with Cinnamon, the big one. Her bark is so intimidating, and how she rumbles and growls and stuff.
Cool.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, it
I love ABBA.
Shy me away. That's for sure.
So
That's why we
you've
got
a
her.
team of assassins, small, medium, and
Yeah.
large.
The little one.
The little one's going to be the worst.
Could care less, man. She
The little
would.
one will bite the ankles.
Yeah, she would attack any. I don't care if it's a lion. She's gonna attack it.
That's funny. That's funny. man.
Flying through the air like Monty Python with the rabbit.
Oh, with the rabbits.
Yeah,
Monty
yeah.
Python of the rabbits, the killer rabbits.
Yeah, a classic.
Yeah,
Now, if it's somebody that's invited to the house, that comes in the front door, it's just a nightmare because they're so excited and they want to just
Right.
jump all over the people.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Nice. That's a
We
good
got-
thing, man.
Tomorrow morning we gotta. I think I don't know. Maybe at least 15 or more people coming over for breakfast. I gotta get up early and cook it.
Oh shit!
But
Wow.
it's gonna be a nightmare with those dogs, man.
So, what are you talking about? Pancakes?
You want me to go through the thing? Yeah,
Aphid
pancakes.
lip
Yeah,
is a
I wanna
gourmet.
hear
Not
about
pancakes aren't good enough.
Why
No,
is he
they're
having
gravy.
people over for a breakfast
Oh,
party?
biscuits
Like, what
and
is
gravy. Oh,
They're it's a kind of a my wife's half of the family that lives from out of town. They get together, just the girls, and like go shopping. Today they went. She just walked in. That's why I left here a minute ago. She's been gone since 10 o'clock this morning.
holy
this?
Yeah.
shit!
They're staying.
Thank
local.
God. You
Yeah,
got
they're
that
staying at a
Midwestern.
hotel.
Wait, you got that Mennonite sausage, don't you?
Mennonite.
Sausage from the
Yeah.
Mennonites.
No, but they do because they live in Indiana, northern Indiana.
Ooh.
But yeah, country style gravy with this
From
sausage
Mennonite.
For breakfast.
Did you
It's
hear
not-
about
last,
hey,
last dance could have the. Oh, we're having some fruit. I'm chopping up some fruit in the morning.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That would be about it. Because biscuits, Biscuits, maybe you could have tried biscuits.
Oh,
Hey,
Sean,
did you hear about
Yeah, you could have
the
biscuits, I think.
did you hear about the Amish hooker?
here we go.
I'm bracing myself. No.
She had 3
Where's
men a
the-
night.
I gotta remember that. I'll put it in the Discord.
yeah.
Good dad joke.
huh.
Yeah.
That is a good one. Maybe I'll tell that to them tomorrow.
Yeah, why not?
They'll get a because when we go up to see them, they have a real. There's not too far from because they live in northern Indiana, and there's a lot of really concentrated Amish communities up there. They have really, it's kind of fun. They got stores. And,
Well, we're not talking about Gary,
Dude.
are we?
Aphid, you got to
no,
admit,
not that. No.
It's still rural.
they
Not
they
far.
know how to eat, Amish. They know how to eat.
They do, man.
You got a lot of
Apple
pork
butter.
up there, don't you?
They have the way they serve their food. It's I forgot what they call it, but you sit at a big long table, and they even if it's people that you don't know, and they put a big bowl of the food, like a bunch of different food.
Family style.
I think it is. It's some kind of style. It might be family style. Yeah. Oh, here comes Cinnamon. Come here, Cinnamon.
I want
You want to see her? Come here.
Yeah, Steve, give us a full shot of that pup.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, is that a pit bull?
I want to see
She's
the
got-
face.
She's
God.
got Staffordshire Terrier in her.
Ah, look at that beauty.
That's gonna eat your children.
Yeah, watch out. She's going to kill you.
Bring her up.
Chip's getting-
Aphid, bring her up. I want to see her
She
face.
won't come up. She won't come up. Here, come here, girl.
If she jumps up, Chip will get jealous.
She's scared of the
Yes.
microphone. It looks like some kind of a weird.
Here she is. Here she
Oh, that's a beauty.
Ah, she's a beauty.
She's gonna bite
I
your
think
nose.
she's part boxer.
She
I
is.
think
She is part boxer. She's part boxer.
She's a beauty.
All three of them are over here now. They're jealous.
Thank you, buddy.
That's cute.
You know why? Because they can hear my voice, even though
Hey,
you have
Reverend.
earphones.
I have
Even
ear-
though you have earphones on, they can still hear
Revsy's
it.
here. Hi, Revsy. I subbed
All
Fred
right.
recently. Good to see you, buddy. I
you
like
still got
that.
me on full screen there.
Bring
Yeah,
on
take
more
'em off.
dogs.
Give them a break.
I love dogs. Other people's dogs. I don't want.
Let me see
one
if
for
let me see if
myself.
Chloe.
Me
will
too.
let me.
I'm
Chloe.
the same way, Steve.
I mean, on
No, she
Look,
won't.
on my Instagram, it's all like dog huskies. Like these huskies are hilarious with the way they.
he's a beauty. I like him.
She.
Excuse me. How old is she?
That's all right.
She about 7 years old.
4 years old.
Ah, you got a lot of years left. That's good.
4.
Yep. I heard you.
Right, I've got to go. It's 2:20 here. So have a great week, all of you.
Pussy.
Take care.
Really?
Great talking to you,
You're
Lee.
the man,
I'll
dude.
see you on the Discord.
Bye.
You,
Yeah,
you and
Take
you
care,
and
Lee.
Biscuit. We appreciate
See
you
you
guys,
later.
man.
Bye.
There's Chloe. The little tiger.
Ah,
Solo layout.
there
wow,
she
she's
is.
Tiny. Yeah, right. So
I
Chip,
love her.
yeah, that thing is like a.
Yeah, it's
Do you
Chip's
bathe
my
her in the
favorite.
sink?
It's a
You
snack.
bathe her in the sink?
Yeah, look, Cinnamon's like, put that thing down, or I'll take a bite out of it.
Yeah, he's thinking, put that doggy in a bun, and I'll have a
Yeah.
take a bite.
Chip don't want none.
Chip
Chip don't. Come here, Chip.
don't want no sugar.
Cinnamon's like, I'll take
Oh,
it.
here we go. It's who's
There
that?
we go.
Oh,
All right.
Topple.
He needs to
Thanks,
get that
Tom.
thing all riled
Thanks,
up.
Tom. Oh, I love
Is
that.
Look at
a
those
rat
beautiful
terrier or
eyes.
a Jack Russell.
Oh,
It's a
what a
Jack Russell.
sweetie.
I love it.
That's a Jack Russell.
That's a
li-
bagel
little-
mix.
It's a little porky.
It's a bagel mix. For sure.
It's a
Bagel?
well-fed Jack.
Bagel and locks. That thing's cute.
Yeah,
man.
that was
You're muted.
Beagle. Thank you. I said
last
bagel.
year,
It's okay, we'll figure it out.
Has he said a word?
Yeah.
Has he said a word
It's a
tonight?
well-fed Jack Russell.
What?
Oh,
You
it's
Is
a
don't.
there
rat.
anything we,
That's a rat
you
terrier.
can,
Yeah, I
you've been
thought
here
it was
like
a
every-
rat terrier. It looked like a
We
rat.
call them Jack Russells here.
No, it's no. There is Jack Russells in the U.S. too, but it
No,
doesn't.
that's a
Yeah.
different breed.
doesn't have a bushy snout or the ears don't overlap. It goes up like a rat.
Got you. Very
Yeah.
similar though.
Really cute puppies.
They look very
those
similar.
rats.
Yeah, he's sweet.
They're
I like those guys. Full of energy, right?
Full of energy, will fight anything bigger than its. She only weighs 20 pounds, and she'll fight a full ass pit bull if she wanted to.
It didn't even look like it was 20 pounds.
Oh,
It looked like it was like 8 pounds at the most.
she's not a miniature. I'm not that kind of guy.
I look bigger than
I
8
walk around
pounds.
with my purse with my dog, so my dog has some bite.
Man purse.
A satchel.
Okay, I like it.
Nothing wrong with that, Steve.
He's got a man bun underneath that hat.
City.
I wish I did.
That's fine. Well, Cup of Tea hates Chip. Look at that.
Man, I love Chip.
Well,
Oh, look at that!
Well, we have.
I love
Diesel.
I love your bull terrier Nazi.
there you go.
Show him the.
That's
Oh yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
that beauty.
Pitbull, it's going to
That's-
eat your children.
Oh my God, what a beautiful dog!
That is
Diesel.
beautiful.
He looks tired. Is he like half asleep?
Yeah, he's tired.
Yeah,
Wake
he's
him
just
up.
woke up.
That's
You're
because
like,
he's
get
on.
up here, motherfucker.
He's on GMX. He's on the British
Don't
time.
go back
the
to
poor
bed.
puppy.
Do I go back to bed? Come
Ha, ha, ha.
Take it down.
What a sweetie.
Was
Yeah, that's
RCA
cool.
What
Records
Go on.
had a dog like that?
Oh,
Biscuit.
now he's up. He's ready to go.
Yeah. Biscuit, I know why you're alive today, buddy. That's a beautiful dog.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have a daughter either, so.
Well, that too, but that pup
Wait,
is
what's
beautiful.
Diesel doing back there?
Look at him. Look at him. He's got fucking muscles
Oh,
on
he
him,
just
man.
turned the light off. What
Look
is
at that shit.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
that? How do you do that?
Does he have opposable thumbs?
Magic. You got Ghost up in there?
No, I've
He's a
just turned
beauty.
it off using Echo or Amazon Echo dot thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
He's ready to go, though. I think he has to go out. He might need a little walk. He's
I
gotta
think
take a
so.
leak, dude.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he wants to go out.
Come on.
I won't
Can
be
he-
I think,
me?
Steve, you're right.
That's
Let's
real
go. Come on, buddy. Come on. Let's go play ball.
Go on, bud.
Fucking
What is
beautiful
up with
dog,
the
man.
vampire laugh, dude? Come
All
on.
right.
He's a beauty.
Where's your dog,
He's-
McGrady? Come on. Come on, let's see it.
Nah, I can't. I don't have any dogs, man. I just
Oh,
miss
what
them.
the fuck?
I know. I've given up on all my animals. I had cats and dogs and all kinds of shit. And I miss them so much, but I'm in a condo. It's not right for them, you know?
What? You don't have a
Yeah,
bird?
Yeah.
You get a
I don't
bird?
get dogs anymore. I broke my heart when my
Yeah.
dog passed away. I just can't do that.
Yeah, I
anymore.
won't be getting another one when Diesel dies.
You also
Yeah.
you
I had cats. I had cat. You know what? I was the guy who always took care of the animals that someone else brought home. And I was also the guy that took them on their last ride. And I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Besides Chloe, our dogs are all rescues.
Yep. Rescue.
Yeah, there's nothing better than that because you're taking an animal that's already alive that otherwise might have a shitty life and giving it a fun life.
I bought Diesel for £50 off of Facebook and saved it from going into like fighting and whatnot.
Oh,
Cool.
He'd have
There you
been
go.
ripped to bits because he's
so it's a rescue dog.
yeah.
It's a beauty, too.
I like mutts. I don't like purebreds.
Last Dance will appreciate why I like rescues because they usually give them all the shots and everything, so you don't have to pay for it.
Oh, I had to pay for his shots. 'Cause
Cheaper.
I did. He was 4-year-old when I got him, but I didn't know if he'd had his shots, so I took him for him anyway.
You over vaccinated it?
Maybe.
Did you guys talk
And
about the election? Did I miss that?
No, I turned my blue lights on just to be on the blue wave now.
We talked a little bit, but not
Is that what
much.
triggered me?
Yeah, no, I mean, we got into the fact that the main thing we're not sure about yet is the Senate here. We're all pretty sure, obviously, the House is.
That's red.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to take a wager on
I'm not sure that the House. There's still
How
a
many-
lot of seats that haven't been called yet. It's not.
that is true. It is true.
Really? Shit.
Yeah,
I don't watch
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's quite a few. I mean,
it's
I-
like two. It's like
a
212
dozen,
to
maybe?
208 or something like that.
Please confirm that Bo Burt chick did not win.
It's
No,
still up for
We
grabs.
don't
I'm
know. We don't know.
I
Still
by
too
like
close.
she's 1,000 votes ahead, I think. Our last
Bobo, we call her Bobo.
she's pretty looking.
And she was bragging on. She was
Wow.
bragging on Twitter.
Dude, I'd hate to meet her in a bar. I tell you that because she's
Why?
a hottie.
Oh, what?
She's-
Why would you hate that then?
Well,
Well, if you hooked up
'cause
with
I'm
her,
married-
you'd be
I'm
having
married,
sex
right.
with the enemy.
I'm just saying that.
She's kind of got a chipmunk face.
No,
Yeah,
she's
it's
hot. She's
Yeah.
hot.
Chipmunk face, like she's
Oh,
carrying.
I
She's
don't
know.
storing. She's storing nuts for the winter in the cheeks.
Dude,
like,
I
Yeah.
could,
She's
if I
got the
could put my
two
hands
two
on her
little
face,
big front
I
teeth.
could put it up to the light and make it fucking beautiful. She's a
Once she
hottie.
started talking, I would just like get
Well,
out of here.
that's true, too.
either you promise never to talk again in our relationship, or we got nothing.
Oh, look at that. That's sweet. That was sweet. Little bit of Topple's life we got to see there. That was sweet.
she's
Oh,
probably.
I missed it.
I missed it too.
Oh, that's a
The
shame.
fuck?
Topple got
That's a
a
shame.
kiss from his kiss from his daughter. That was sweet.
Oh, that's cute. I
Huh.
mean, no biggie.
Wow. You're a lucky man, Top.
I like to think that.
You are, buddy.
I get to spend my time
Yeah.
with you. Cheers.
Cheers,
What are you having? Peanut butter whiskey?
Absolutely.
What else would it
Dude,
be?
too much sugar in that stuff. You got to get
He's
off
got-
it.
He's drinking peanut butter whiskey, and there's Alice in Chains playing silently in the background.
No.
This is what you want to be drinking.
What is that? Oh, you're drinking right out of the bottle?
Yeah, I decided
Nah.
I'm not having any rum drinks tonight. So
What is that?
it's just straight rum. It's not a rum drink. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, rum always makes you happy, Steve.
well, I held off from any beers until the pub started, which was pretty good.
Well,
You had
I
that-
commend you.
We're usually in by the pub starts.
Last week you had that stare going after a while. It was when when it started happening here. The
Yeah,
rep
yeah.
brought all his crew over, and then you were like
I-
faded. All
I
right.
may or may not have had a 6-pack before the pub started last week. Might have been a bad call. And then
There's rumors, but no confirmation that you had a 6-pack.
yeah, so today I was hanging out. I played a little Call of Duty. Mobile. I went out and picked up some food for the family. We did some bar pizzas for dinner tonight, which is something I don't know if you guys even know what a bar pizza is, but it's about a 10-incher. They're
Oh yeah.
beautiful. There's
Oh,
places
shit.
that only sell those up here. They're just bar pizza only, and you can get like 3 or 4 of those babies and good dinner.
Did you say you're playing some Call of Duty?
Mobile on the phone. It's
So
the
they're personal-
lamest version available. It's
So-
free.
That's all right. That's all right.
You're talking about personal pizzas, right?
Oh, we call them bar pizzas, buddy.
I'm sorry, Boston.
Are they made fresh or are they like frozen?
Oh yeah, made fresh.
Oh,
Ah.
They're made
Oh,
in a
shit.
pan, and there's some things that you can get up here that you never heard of. Probably one, double crust. They'll put 2 crusts on top of each other. They always cook them in a pan.
You don't want double crust, you want double topping.
Fuck.
No,
Getting
double
hungry,
crust is
Steve.
awesome.
Now
There's
you're making
another
me
one
hungry,
they do
dude.
That's called burnt edges. They put the sauce over so it like burns over
Oh,
the
yeah.
edge.
Caramelizes on the outside edge.
Yeah, it turns
Yeah.
black, but it's
Yeah.
kind of fire, dude. I kind of love it. So I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
that
all
sounds
these
good.
double crust, burnt edges, well done, extra sauce. These are like how you order bar pizzas.
Fuck.
I'd rather have a Chicago deep dish any day.
Telling you, when you bring kids to like it's a restaurant, but it's really a bar, and you're like, hey, all you kids get your own pizza. I don't give a fuck what you want on it.
Right.
You'll never see a happier kid ever in the history of creation because they're only like $9, but like, they're big enough for like by far one kid could never eat one. They're like almost 2 kids.
Is that your excuse why you go to that bar all the time? Come on, kids, let's go out.
Yeah.
No,
Hell
but
yeah.
a lot of adults do.
Hell
use
yeah.
that. We only get takeout from there. I don't drink out anymore. I'm beyond going out and drinking.
Like me
bro.
getting wings.
I never did drink out.
I was standing there waiting for my pizzas, looking over at the bar, and I was like, I should be sitting over there having a drink, waiting for my pizzas. Yet I'm a loser standing over here at the counter with my hands in my pockets. Like, gotta plan that shit out a little bit,
You're playing Call of Duty mobile. Doing.
Yeah, till
Hey.
the last second. Then I was like, all right, food's ready, gotta go.
Steve, Thanks for seeing me tonight. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna
Aw.
check out.
Oh man, what we gotta do now? Macronte's leaving.
No, nobody did anything. I got the call, man. I got to go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
You got the
Okay.
call.
Well, it was great talking to you as always.
See you, boys.
Enjoy
Take
See you
care.
later, my granddad.
Sayonara. All right, cool. He's hitting the hay. Bottle cap. Never heard of a bar pizza. Interesting.
We call them personal pizzas.
What I always thought of as a bar pizza was always like a frozen pizza, like Tombstone, a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, there's a TJ's, I think is the name of it around here,
Yeah.
where a lot of the bars have that brand, and people like it. So it's,
I
but
mean,
all you need is like a toaster oven, and you just throw it in there. And,
when you know, and I never had these except when I was younger. But when you're drinking, you don't even care what the thing is.
Yes.
Yes.
Talk more. I'm gonna pull up a picture of one of these.
Why is everybody silent?
I don't know. Did you cut out, or was it just me that he was cutting out?
No,
I don't know.
Nobody talking.
Of course, I heard myself, but I don't know if you heard me.
Might be my
Like
headphones.
your background sound.
All right,
You
here
okay?
we go.
What's up?
I'm gonna screen share.
A
Can I
pizza.
do I remember how to do
A
this?
pizza.
Yeah, a pizza. What the fuck? Is something wrong with that?
It's a fucking pizza.
God damn it! I can't remember how to screen share. It's not as easy.
Why don't you write this down?
It says how to do it.
It used to say screen share. What the hell is this thing? All right, screen
Barry,
share.
close off all those bad tabs before you open it.
Oh no, it's
Oh,
only
I've
two
had some
tabs.
great pizza in the
Go to
UK.
hit the present button. That's how you do it.
UK pizza is
Present,
great.
present. Yeah, I got it.
UK pizza.
That's the one.
Unfortunately,
that's what it
I can't
looks
eat
like.
it anymore.
That's what it looks like.
It's a pizza.
Well, it just
Yeah.
looked from there. It just looks like a pizza. I
That
mean,
looks like a
pizza.
regular pizza from our takeaway around.
is that supposed to be the double crust?
This is where you get your rocks off on there, Steve? Come on, it's a pizza.
It's good. I'm telling you.
I believe you, but it looks just like a regular pizza.
The one in the
Does-
back looks really good.
The one in the back looks thicker.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
looks
it.
like looks like a New York pie.
There,
Hey, Aphid
there-
Lip, did you
No.
ever get stuffed pizza out your way? No, he's talking to somebody else.
Oh, we get cheese stuffed pizzas and hot dog stuffed pizzas and all sorts.
Oh, hot dog and pizza is a disgusting combination.
God, that sounds horrible.
It's hot
Yeah.
dog wrapped in mozzarella and then wrapped in a big massive dough that just
Oh,
puffs
okay.
up.
Oh man, I thought
It's like-
Americans were worse.
So it's like pigs in a blanket, but with pizza instead of just dough.
Hey, Last Dance, being that you're a baseball fan and that you don't eat real hot dogs, do you have a veggie dog when you're watching the game on like a summer night? And
A corn
Sometimes
dog.
of the veggie food in the park, my favorite is actually veggie chili. But if there's a burger or a hot dog, I might get that.
veggie burger is 1,000 times better than a veggie dog.
Yeah, but whatever's convenient and near me, you know.
Whatever happens to be near your mouth.
I like the
You'll
bean
put in it.
burgers.
I mean,
Spicy bean burgers.
some of these stadiums you got to walk like all the way around, you know, to find the one place that serves vegetarian food.
So at Fenway, they got the
It's
guy
not very
walking up
American,
who's like,
Yeah.
hot dogs.
It's over in the
hot-
communist section.
Do they have veggie dogs in the hot dog guy? Does he carry veggie dogs like walking around?
He
Wow,
would get
never.
stoned.
Yeah, he wouldn't sell any.
People would throw their garbage at him.
Oh, come on.
I think the way this works, the vendors have to pay for the food before they walk it anyway. No vendor would put that on.
Nah, I don't think
It'd be
that's
a
how it
waste of
works. Not in my, not the stadium that I go to.
That's the way I heard it works.
Not at Fenway
Maybe.
Park either.
Okay,
No way.
maybe that's just the communists in Philadelphia.
Where'd you hear that on Fox?
Uh,
Oh, speaking of Fox, I had something back to the election. I had something because I watch Fox. I'm always
why
I
do you?
don't know how you can watch Fox.
because I
I
love watching
can't
Fox.
stand it.
And
You're a
I
better
wanted
man
to tell
than
you
I am.
guys. I actually typed this out because it was so good.
Did Tucker say this? My God,
No,
Tucker.
it was. Usually, if I catch Fox, it's on Saturday and Sunday morning. I watch Fox and Friends. The
Was
weekend
this-
edition.
Was this the thing about the wives marrying Republican?
No, I must have missed that.
Okay.
This was they were saying they were looking at the bright side, and if they get control, these are the 4 things that they hope are the most important things on the list that they need that the Republicans and conservatives need to.
Who's saying this? This is Fox News.
This was the Fox and Friends morning crew.
Oh, that morning show. That.
It's friends
Yeah.
and family. So
It's on the weekend, so it's a different crew. It's not.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. What do you got?
Okay. So no, and I just kind of I just want to, especially Last Dance, because he is a conservative Republican, and I want to know if he
I could be on that show.
views. And
He
if
wore
you-
that
if you
colored
think
shirt
that
for a
this is
reason.
Yeah,
If
this
you
is
think this
this
is
is the red wave.
if it's a wise idea that they should follow this path. Okay, so number 1 is to investigate everything about Hunter Biden. That was their.
oh yeah,
And
that's
keep in mind, this is
know this.
keep in mind
Oh,
this is just after they were making fun of the Democrats for focusing on too much of their time and energy on the
are you sure it's Hunter Biden? Why wouldn't they want to investigate Joe Biden if you're
Yes.
investigating?
well, the connections. They went into it further, and the connections.
Oh, I see.
Possibly.
Well,
I guess
Hunter
there's not-
did really pass out with a crack pipe in his mouth.
Oh
So
my God, that's crazy.
That is actually real.
So what?
Yeah, but why do we need to investigate it?
I mean,
It's
Well, we
good,
don't
good
need
for him
to,
is
but-
what I would say.
Right. Okay.
All those
Okay. So,
videos with that black hooker with the little shorts on.
So
so what does that have to do? Why do
I
we
hope he enjoyed it, and I hope they had a
Should,
great
should
time.
we put bets
I
on
wanna see
who
some more
dies first,
investigating.
Hunter or Joe?
You never had a
There's-
$75 night? Come on.
I guess all 4 of these, they already have somebody in place to do the head the investigation.
All right. I agree
Number
with
2,
Biden, the Biden
this is
investigation.
number 2. Number 2, the most important thing that they thought that they should focus on is investigate Fauci. They think
Yes,
that we need to investigate Fauci.
You're nodding
That's-
yes over
that's-
there.
I don't object to investigating Fauci as long as they don't make it.
But
You know-
think that's what we need to move the country forward is to investigate.
If they're going to do some big public show trial, then that's a waste of time. But we should go back and investigate the whole COVID,
Number 2,
especially in the federal government, the
It's-
FDA and the CDC.
The mandates.
the
Absolutely.
second most important thing that you think that we should focus our time and energy on is investigate Fauci. You think that's gonna?
Absolutely.
It's
I'm not going to rank it as number 1 or 2, but it definitely should happen.
The ranks down to the hundreds.
Not just Fauci, the FDA and the CDC and
Never going to get the
the
real-
National Institutes of
never gonna
the
get-
NIA. I forget what the acronym stands for.
Number
Impeach
3.
Fauci.
No. Number 3. This is
Number 3 was investigate the Afghanistan withdrawal.
What
Oh,
is-
please. That was a great thing.
I know. And number 4 was investigate the FBI in how they target conservatives, and the perfect example they said was the unfairness they did to Trump in the Mar-a-Lago search.
Well, I mean, if they were talking about the Afghan,
That was it. There was no
withdrawal,
other things. Those were the most important.
those are
things.
the factors that we need.
Those are the things.
With,
I think-
with respect to the Afghan withdrawal, the fact that all those soldiers got killed by a car bomb, that security was set up so poorly that all these guys just got obliterated, that was bullshit. There was another situation that happened where an innocent family of literally children, women, and a husband were blown up in a drone attack. Like shit like that should be investigated.
That's not what they're talking. They would never investigate that.
No, they'll never investigate that.
But I mean, as a question of the Afghan
Well, I would like to investigate
situation,
the
those
whole
were
drone
part-
program.
Those were parts of it.
I'd like to investigate the entire drone program. That would just be part of it.
That's going to happen.
That's
Yeah, but
That's
that
the
would go
way
back all
we're
the way
going.
to Obama. Obama was
That is the
drone-
way we're going. They're
Why
not
haven't we need to investigate Obama? Is what we need to do now too. Absolutely.
By the way, I'm not saying
I
any
agree.
of these 4 things aren't things.
If you're investigating something, you've got to investigate it all and not be biased to one side or the other.
No, but this is the 4 most important things that the
Yeah, I don't think that any of these things aren't important. I'm just saying. Like,
Nothing about border.
none of those things I think are
Nothing
things
about
that we should
welfare. or
focus
not
our
welfare.
time in. Like those should be the things that we're excited about if they have more power to.
They ought to. They ought
I mean,
to
I think the
invest-
most important thing is to is to reduce government spending and get the debt and the deficit down.
Well,
Absolutely.
That's old school Republican talk, is what you're talking about there.
Well, can I bring up a thing I heard recently watching some old Trump videos when people were chanting, build that wall? Like, it did seem to be one of the most important things that any Republican had ever done was to construct this amazing wall.
That's how he won, actually, is because that's what his big thing was, the wall, the border.
Well, wouldn't the situation at hand be to figure it out, not just to build the wall? Like, what the fuck? Like this.
Well, that's what I've been saying. Fuck
This
that
wall thing was the most asinine thing, and people were going crazy, like, wall, wall, wall.
Right.
What the fuck?
Because it was one
There's still
thing.
people
They could
there.
That's a good idea, Carol Collins.
You know?
Investigate
Because
that.
nobody's ever been able to climb a wall before, have they?
Or go under a wall,
Or go
break
under it,
through
yeah.
a wall, or
But even otherwise, like, okay, we have the wall down, and then, like, there's a guy standing there, like, on guard duty on one side. Then he hears all these women and children dying of thirst on the other side, and he's like, well, thank God for that wall, because there's all those people dying over there, but fuck them,
Yeah.
because we have our wall. Like, what does it solve? You know, like, nothing. Dude.
the wall doesn't solve nothing.
Nothing.
It does slow down certain things, but I think the wall was stupid. Rather take that money and put more into social security. Nope.
Do you remember the game from the 90s, Lemmings, where, like, the lemmings were coming across and you had to build things to help them get across the screen? Or
I never played that game. Mexico will pay for it.
This is literally the same thing. Like, you're like, they're coming and you're just putting a wall up, so they're like changing direction. You're making it harder for them, but you're not solving
The only thing that's
problem. You know,
The only thing that's going to happen with that wall is it's going to keep like women and children from being able to crawl over it. It's going to be nothing but the young, strong men that we don't.
God bless you.
in the first place.
Thank you.
May Jesus praise you.
right? Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, if there's farmers who are hurting to find people to work at their farms, and there's other forms of industry, and there's people who are willing to work, where is the program for these people to get in and get work? If this is the case, have them, get them in. If they can be a contributing member to society, then
It could
sure.
be. There's
Wait.
so many jobs across the United States. Now, I don't live in South Texas where every person is a legal immigrant. But in the rest of the United States, there's
That's
so
true,
many
Carol.
jobs that we need filled. You and
Right.
Carol.
Wait, but Fox is telling me only drugs and rapists are coming over the border, though.
Right.
They're drugs. They're rapists coming
Well,
over.
Fentanyl, not heart, just fentanyl.
Rainbow fentanyl.
Yes. So they're lying to me?
Of course.
What the fuck?
You know, they say Chewbacca was Mexican, you know?
I never heard that before.
Your Smokesteve's wife says getting across that busy highway was tough. In California, in San Diego, there are signs along a certain highway, and it's, you know how there's no deer crossing and those kind of signs. It's a picture of a man, a woman, and a child running.
Holding a taco.
No, it's not that bad, but I mean, it's like warning, immigrants, illegal aliens are going to be running across the highway. Please don't run them over.
Oh, did I say something that could get us banned on YouTube? I'm sorry.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Manny Koshman's driving his Heritage Bugatti, fucking showing you like the acceleration, and boom, like I mean, that's the crazy thing about California is the juxtaposition of the ultra rich to the ultra poor, and they're all there together.
Yeah.
Apparently now it's worse than ever. Like, we've talked about it before, but yikes. Where did they go to the bathroom? I mean, come on.
Well, don't they just get in underwear and go over to Pelosi's house anyway? Is that what usually happens there?
Boy, that story's died down, hasn't it?
Yeah, real quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Odd, but who would know?
Why? What do you think happened? What are you saying? I need a couple brew doggies for that.
I would love to know. I don't care what if it was because I hear from my other friends like, oh, they were paid favors. I don't know how to say prostitutes that were.
Yeah, I know. The real rumor that nobody's willing to say, kind of the Republican rumor is that this was some sort of a gay tryst that
Yeah, but
went
my
wrong.
question when the
But so what if it was?
as soon as someone swings a hammer, they didn't try to shoot the guy.
Yeah.
But it would be a serious case of infidelity.
What's in our business? Oh my God, infidelity! Oh,
Well, no,
I mean, let's be honest. Have you seen his other option?
Yeah,
I think she's a pretty hot old woman. You know, if I was that age, I'd be all over.
I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe,
hey now.
maybe Biscuit, you would prefer the guy, but not me.
If
No,
you
I'm
were
just
gonna-
saying that she's a bit past it, isn't she?
She's like 80.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
When I'm 80, I'm not gonna. If I make it to 80, I'm gonna have a limited selection.
Your hand.
Maybe not even that.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows if the plumbing will still be working?
I'm curious. Is there any proof whatsoever that even a shred of proof that story could be true?
I haven't seen a molecule of proof.
Anything.
Nothing.
It's
Anything.
all conjecture, just because of the fact
Speculation.
that there are some strange things about the story.
It got buried like Hunter Biden's laptop.
I don't think it got buried.
It got buried.
I don't think. It got
You know what
buried.
number 5 on that list is?
I mean, she was just
investigating that.
just last week. She was on what was it, 60 Minutes or something with her interview about the whole thing.
If
He was seriously hurt. That's the big story.
But yeah,
We don't care.
do we want to watch this Fox video? Should I show it?
No,
And we
no,
co-
copyright.
Sure, go ahead. How long is it?
No.
That's the only issue.
I am
No.
not.
what's it about?
Top to question what you're saying. Like what my wife said to me was, well, what then? How does our old buddy Drone Tech get away with it? Because he always features news clips.
Yeah, you know
I
what?
mean, you could do clips.
Right?
Absolutely,
Am I
that's
right?
fair
I
use.
thought it was a fair point she made. So then I was
You're
like,
not
well,
you're not monetized.
no, I'm way far.
The only thing you can do is take the money from you, but you don't get money. So there's
Well,
no,
you
no
can't
end- no
violate
problem.
copyright. They'll punish you. But if you just take a
How's it
clip or a segment, it's okay.
I have a
No,
lot
if
of
it's
videos.
from YouTube, YouTube is public use.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you could put it on. It's not public use. It's still copyrighted.
My nuts.
What? I didn't say anything about your
That's
nuts.
all I got. That was my.
There's
That's
no
the
reason
response.
why you can't play that.
I would do it.
There's nothing. The only thing that would happen was they would silence the audio of the video on playback.
Yeah.
If they would ever do that, and they're not going to ever do that.
All right.
Because I got a lot of videos.
What they mostly
early
do is
on.
just give the monetization to the person that it's copyrighted from.
But it's not. He's not monetized. That's
Exactly.
not
So there's
There is
no recourse.
Just do it, Smokesteve. We're not going to report you.
Okay.
No gay porn, says Cup of Tea.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm okay. All right.
Are you playing it?
I'm trying to work
What's-
it out, bro.
are you-
I'm
are you
not that
setting it
good.
up?
I'm not that good.
Are you setting it up? Like what?
Yes.
Now
Yes.
you need to be.
Yeah, he's getting the guests ready. He's setting it up.
Okay.
No, I mean like talk about what it is you're going to show us. and then-
Oh no. Where's my lady? Just play it. She says right down yonder. Okay. Okay.
There we go. No,
No peer
just
pressure.
3 words from her.
Work with me, people. Work with me. I'm totally shitty at this. So.
Is it
Oh,
Tucker?
Be prepared for everyone to get disconnected.
Won't happen.
It's this one. Share.
Oh.
Okay.
It's happening.
Oh, I hate his
Okay.
face. I hate his face.
Are you guys good? Are
Is this
everyone good?
Jesse Waters guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy was
Oh, I hate this.
I mean,
insane.
absolute dominations. 85 to 15 types of spreads. Also, single women are breaking for Democrats by 30 points. And this makes sense when you think about how Democrat policies are designed to keep women single. Once women get married, they vote Republican.
It couldn't be
Once women
abortion
marry
rights,
men,
could
vote
it?
for Republicans by double digits. But single women and voters under 40 have been captured by Democrats. So we need these ladies to get married. And abortion is really driving turnout. In some cases, it drove turnout more than inflation. They're also teaching our children in schools. So you have hardcore Democrat females in school with your kids for 8 hours a day. So there's a brainwashing pipeline that runs through women and children, and it's starting to show up on Election Day. Single women are voting for Democrats by 30 points.
37.
37 points.
Yeah.
This new generation is totally brainwashed because a lot of these single women that vote 37 spreads for Democrats are teaching all of our younger generation in these schools, and they're polluting their minds, and then they grow up, and then they're in their 20s, and then they vote for leftists.
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 Well, that guy's obviously an idiot, but
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, how does that guy get a television show? Seriously.
he was the
I saw
one
that
I clicked on when I was on Hulu Plus, and I saw, oh, I never heard of this guy, Jesse Waters. I turned it on, and it was just the most retarded conspiracy gibberish. Oh, I probably can't say that word.
Alex Jones.
Gibberish?
No, the other one before that.
Oh.
No problem with that. It's fine. That's a word.
He
It's a legitimate
interviewed.
word.
He interviewed. Who's the Sling Blade guy? Billy Bob Thornton. And he had a movie. He had a movie coming out, and I don't think Billy Bob Thornton knew who he was. You know,
Uh-huh.
and it was. I think his show that Jesse Waters used to do a show on like Saturday night or something. And I watched it because I like Billy Bob Thornton, and he talked about the movie that was coming on. You could tell he was just waiting. He was just like a vulture waiting.
Who
And
was
he's like,
the Jesse Waters?
Jesse Waters guy,
Ah.
and he's like, so.
Waiting for his culture war moment to
Exactly.
to
He's like,
pounce.
you're from LA. I want to talk to you about all these homeless people
Yeah.
there. And what do you think about the Democrats and how they're handling the situation? And Billy Bob Thornton was like, what? I'm just on here to promote.
I want to make a movie.
He's like, I don't have anything to say about it. And he just kept pushing it. And finally he was like, look, if you're going to ask me that, I'm not going to, I got nothing to say about it. So I don't know what you want, and he moved on. It was ridiculous.
In addition to that, to me, what he was just saying in the video that I linked to from my wife, Smoke Wife, it seemed completely ridiculous, and it didn't make any sense to me. Am I right?
No.
And you could tell he was passionate about it too.
It's funny that he thinks that everybody else has to change to suit his agenda, and not that he and his party need to make any changes.
I'm pretty sure the Me Too movement would hate his comments.
Yeah,
Which
I don't
one?
really understand what he's saying.
The feminists.
Yeah,
what
I
he's
think
missing.
he's saying that women are too
single women.
inferior.
Single women
he's
need men to tell them what to do, basically.
Exactly. He's saying that women are inferior and they do not know for themselves, and
They don't think for themselves, is what he's saying.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what he's saying.
Totally. And in addition to that, it's also like he's completely disconnected from the fact that it seems that the youth is overwhelmingly going in the Democratic, in the sense of party direction. Now, that's not only true, and trust me, I've seen it. My own nephews are totally awesome. They're rad. They're fucking killer. I should show you guys. One of them had a run back for a touchdown the other day from a kickoff. He looked like
sweet
fucking Grace Lightning out there on the football field.
But the problem is their teachers are hardcore
Democrats.
Yeah, and they'll brainwash them.
Okay, you laughed. Okay.
Yeah.
I would assume that most schools, especially high school, teachers don't want to talk about politics.
Schools are not
at all.
College is another story. But,
my kid's in high school, and he says it's not too political at
Yeah.
all. Teachers don't do that shit.
I mean, they'll always find someone somewhere and put them on the news. This teacher's brainwashing kids.
Absolutely. But when you get to college, that is a different story.
Well, there's been a lot of
different
stories about. I can't remember what it was about, but they were like Oh, it was the anti-vaccine thing, wasn't it? The teachers basically telling the kids not to get vaccinated because it's dangerous.
Yeah,
Right? They were
just as much brainwashing from the right as from the left.
Right.
They were correct 100% too.
They find one book that has some like gay sex in it that has only been
Whoa.
checked out twice in the past 3 years, and they
Yeah,
say how the school,
Both by seeing.
and this is in the day and age of the internet,
Wait, are we
when you
talking
can
about
get the most raw gay porn you could ever.
right?
I mean,
One, and-
my daughter came down and asked me what a queef was.
Oh no! How did you answer that?
Yeah, no kidding.
I had to look it up and find out myself.
Did you get back with her?
I didn't know what the hell that was. Okay.
Did you like do a medical term?
I just said it's where your downstairs
cat
parts, where your downstairs parts do funny noises.
No, I wouldn't even answer like that. How old is
Good
she?
way to say
She's
it.
10.
Oh,
Oh, I would just avoid that.
I would have been just
Well,
like,
I think she was 8 at the time.
it's a
Okay.
stupid word that people use. Don't you worry about it. That's how I would say it.
Yeah.
It's not a kitty cat fart.
Worst part was she heard it on Roblox.
Oh, that's because, yeah, Roblox.
I don't know. It sounds. I don't like this Roblox shit, bro.
No,
What's Roblox?
it's a
It's-
game for kids.
You know what Minecraft
And
was?
the
Why
word
are they
queef
talking about
came up?
queefing for children? That's
They-
fucking
It's
weird.
in chat. Other,
Yeah.
Oh.
We didn't let my son get in the chat until he was like, I don't know, 12 or so.
And then he was, hey, queef this, queef that, queef.
Well, I hear him. He gets.
Oh, wait a
I hear
second.
him because he does it in the living room with his VR. He's got the Oculus or whatever,
Oh,
Wasn't there a person?
and I hear
from
him
Li-
talking with the people, and I'm just like, oh.
Wasn't Chief Queef from Live League?
That rings a bell.
no.
Yeah, that does ring a bell.
Holy shit! That guy was crazy, dude.
I'm
Maybe
trying to.
we
Vaguely
should
remembered
mention
him.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Biscuit Vapes learned that day what a queef was as it started. It was a learning lesson.
Right.
I always used to just call it a fanny fart.
No, it's not Fanny.
Wait. The butt.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
that's what you call it, but we call
The front part is
yeah,
that.
we call it a
Oh.
fanny.
The vagina.
Yes.
Whoa.
So-
Yeah.
No,
come
that's
on.
the correct
Let's
term.
not use medical terms.
During enthusiastic relations, compressed air can come out like a fart from the vagina.
Jesus
How
Christ!
do you
What the
compress
hell's
the
happening here? Where did that come from?
Like a piss.
That's what a queef is.
Thank you, Last Dance.
Well, come on, we're all adults here.
I have to go delete my memory for the last 4 minutes.
Your innocent mind has been polluted.
Jesus.
Biden invited a bloke to the White House and called him a girl. It comes from the top. What?
Now, what she's talking about is that there's a guy who's a girl who's in charge of some pretty important shit.
Oh, the one from PA that killed all the old people in the
That's like,
gender. I forget.
is that the surgeon? No, it's the it's.
health something?
He's like an officer. I forget what his
She.
she.
I
Yeah.
don't know, guys. We're not getting it right here. I'm scared.
What? No.
Are you talking about the
Hey,
chicken?
G, you don't know what to say. Come
No,
on.
it's
Tighten up, dudes. What is
Oh,
it?
that reminds me of a story I heard on NPR this week.
Yes.
It was a transgender girl. She's now a man that lives in Quebec, Canada,
Yes.
and she
Sorry,
was saying-
David, but
she was-
he's now a man.
yes. He was complaining. He was complaining that trans men, I guess, is what you call them,
They're actually born female.
born
Yes.
female, now a man,
Or it's a trans man.
do not get government funded hysterectomies, and because once they become a trans man, and I was like, oh, I'm on board with this. That's not fair, There's still a woman on the inside, and then the more they talked, they were saying that because I'm a man now, I feel like these inside parts need to be outside of my. They don't need to be in my body anymore because because they don't belong.
They need to make.
So they wanted to. It was a trans man, and he wants to get a hysterectomy, not because of health reasons, because he wants to get all the female parts out of his body.
And
It's kind of
then,
stupid.
then he went further, and he was saying how, or she, whatever you want to call it, was saying that they need to. It's too uncomfortable for him to go into one of these clinics because they're so used to having only women come in there.
What?
And when he goes in there, it's not fair to him because they don't have anybody that can relate to him.
Does he still have a
Even
penis?
call I don't know. No, it was a female that's now a man.
But is it
and-
post-surgery? As they have surgery to?
Well,
So
they
does
put the
it
penis
still
on
have
him.
a vagina? Is the
Yeah,
question.
they still have a
It was a female. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I-
it was, and
Okay.
he wanted them to change the name of the facility to like I don't know they or something because it was unfair that it was.
Oh,
still,
oh God!
women.
Fuck off with that.
I couldn't believe it. And
Hold
they were
on.
using
Last dance is
this time-
still focused on penises. Are you over that penis question?
I'm over it.
So you were on board for the government funding his hysterectomy.
If it was, I was assuming it was for some kind of like if they
Rectum?
later on in life had some type of medical.
Yeah, I
condition.
wrecked him.
Like if it was a
Only
girl
the
that is now
medical-
a man that has some kind of condition later on in life that they need to have a
Eagle, have you seen
Why
what my
women-
dog's doing?
hysterectomy.
What's he doing? Having sex with the pillow?
No, there's a bag of dog food on the floor that he's got his head like fully smashed in.
Go take care of that shit.
He's already had like 6 pouches of frigging dog food. He shouldn't be
looks-
hungry.
He's colored like a cow. He's gonna shit his brains out, dude. Watch out! Look at how his belly's getting all distended. Oh,
Come on, it's not that bad. You're gonna have to milk him soon.
Well, what does Canada have for health care? Is everyone insured and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Let me go give him
you're
some
thinking the
biscuits.
government should pay for that, though?
No, I think if it was okay, if somebody's born a woman, right,
Okay.
and they, identify as a man now,
Yes.
later on in life, I mean, I don't know what the percent. Let's say it's 30% of women have hysterectomies. I bet it's probably somewhere close to that. So later on in life,
not
if
that
they,
many.
you don't think so? I don't know.
No.
Maybe
I don't really know, but that sounds pretty high.
20%.
No,
what
high.
what it comes
I
down
don't think
to?
so because I know a lot of women that are older that have had hysterectomies for
Do
medical.
you want your
Anyway, let's say it's 10%. It's got to be 10%.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Whatever it is.
So if they have a health condition later on in life, and they have, what do you call it?
What, they do their DNA
standardized healthcare, then of course they should get.
So they did that.
If they identify as a man, they should still have the surgery or the if it's for a
Okay.
medical reason.
If it's medical reason, that's
Right.
okay.
Right. But if they
Yeah,
just
but-
want to get rid of it because they got these women parts in their body and mentally they're so cuckoo, they think that some
I mean-
ovary needs to.
I'm still not clear on what you're saying, buddy. So what I'm saying is like there should be an amount, like an allotment. I don't know. I guess the question is it an elective surgery or is it a necessary surgery?
That's what I'm saying. If they choose to have this, no, it shouldn't be paid for.
Right.
It's
If
like,
it's a
you're
if it's
basically
for some
saying-
kind of, if they're gonna get cancer, if they don't get this body part taken out of their body, then
Different. That's not elective. That's necessary.
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Breaking news.
what?
The Nevada senator, the Democrat, won re-election, according to the AP. The Democrats have clinched control of the Senate.
Okay.
So Warnock will not even come close to one.
Woo!
Blue wave, baby.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna go urinate.
I've been blue all the
Breathe into a
way.
pillow.
yeah,
Oh, it's cool. Good. Woo-hoo!
But
Good
you're
job,
basically
Dan.
saying for medical reasons to take that. That's right. But like if he wants his boobs removed now, that shouldn't be paid by government.
No, it shouldn't be paid for.
Well, what happens? Breast cancer runs in his life.
that's a medical reason.
Yeah, if there's
And
a
you,
medical
and you
reason.
only have the one removed, not both.
Wait,
so you're
what?
a bit.
That doesn't work that way, Biscuit.
No, it probably halves the risk, to get half, one of them removed.
I think a lot of times women only get one removed.
Yeah.
I think the risk of breast cancer is proportional to the amount of breast tissue you have. So if you remove half, you reduce the risk by half.
Yes, but
I've
if
seen pictures of chicks
breasts
with
are
just one
dense.
boob and one like big X scar.
Mm-hmm.
My dad had breast cancer. He had a mastectomy.
It happens a lot actually for men.
Male breast cancer.
Mm-hmm. We're all too concerned about our anal, not our breastis.
Yeah, I don't want any kind of cancer. I don't care where it is.
No, yeah. Well, that's the point.
Cancer's gonna get all of us pretty much.
I know. There's no way.
Statistically,
You
I'm
can't-
more I'm
can't
more
run
likely
away.
to die of strokes because of family history.
What? Strokes running in your family?
Almost all of my grandparents have died from strokes.
Now,
Yeah.
does
It's
it
quick though, isn't it?
lifestyle?
No, none of them
You're gonna die
smoked.
from it.
None of them drunk.
No, really? Okay.
The one who's alive smoked.
See, I don't,
Meaning that.
yeah, I know. See, I don't know what runs in my family. So, Hey, Smokesteve, how you doing, buddy?
Boy, that took a dark turn.
I did have a great grandma who lived till she was 98.
Oh,
So
wow.
I've got some good genes
Why
somewhere.
the fuck would you
Yeah.
want to live on?
So with the elections, they got 50, right? The Democrats.
Yeah, 50 means that they have the tiebreaker, so
The
they can
tiebreaker, yeah.
they have
Every
control.
queen, the House or the Senate.
So far, they've won every close race, every one.
And you said the House is still up in the air right now.
The Republicans have a lead, but there's too many races that aren't called yet.
Isn't it 115 they need for the house?
No, there's 435, so it's like 218 is the number,
All right. Okay.
the magic number.
Go back red then. Screw that.
Yeah.
No blue wave coming here.
It was shocking how poorly the Republicans did.
It's not shocking. Did you see who they put up there though? That's the thing.
Well, that's shocking.
Look
Yeah,
at my state. I had Fetterman and Oz. What the fuck was that? And no matter which way they went, we were screwed with an idiot or some person that stole money from thousands and thousands of people. So
Which one's the idiot?
well, they're both idiots, but well, you've seen Fetterman, right? It's kind of like
Yeah,
Smokesteve's taking a bump.
what?
I hate to say it, but he's probably more compos mentis than Biden. So I don't know.
I don't know about
I don't know what the standards are anymore.
you saw that debate. At least Biden knew how to debate somebody, but I know it's not. That's
Debate, people get nervous in a debate. That doesn't mean they're not
No
smart.
bump, dude. That was just, I'm trying to blow my nose. I'm
I
putting
know.
stuff
I'm just
down.
joking.
the
the way you were leaned over like that, it looked like you were.
I don't want to blow my nose on camera. I'm trying to
mix it up with them downers.
Supposedly that was the the big turning point in the Nixon Kennedy election was when they had like a public debate, like the first one on TV, and Nixon seemed kind of nervous and sweaty, and Kennedy seemed young and vital and smart, and so the numbers changed overnight, and
What?
Nixon couldn't overcome it.
Yeah. What happened in Arizona? Did Lake win, or is that still up in the air too?
I don't think it's been called yet, but she seems to be trailing.
How dare
she's
they?
trailing, but I think she's at she's behind a number of votes that it's very possible that she's going to pass.
Yeah, it's like
At least the last I saw, it could have changed in the past 24 hours because I haven't.
Here's an example where I live in this county I live in. The Republican won the election day vote. She was ahead by like 6 or 7 percentage points, but they know for a fact that the mail-in ballots, there were like 40,000 of them, and they were like 3-1 of them. By a factor of 3-1, they went to Democratic registered voters. Now they don't know how they voted, but you would think that they're going to break about 3-1 for the Democrat. So many people are predicting that she's going to lose, even though she's leading significantly.
Right.
And I think the same kind of counting is going on in other states as well, like Arizona.
Because
No,
they do the mail-in. Do they do the mail-in votes last?
it depends on the
Dude,
state.
Typically, yeah.
let's just
It's-
remember, this is 6 days later.
Right.
What the fuck?
What the
Like-
fuck?
Well, how
So
do you
it's-
think it should do? They should count the mail-in ballots when they come in, and then add that number when the cycle starts.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense because then they've got more
Well,
time to count.
But
It's
then,
not like they could change it after they've mailed it in.
yeah,
Just
but
count it when you get it.
Well,
So-
the other thing too is if some of the states, if they're postmarked by the date of the election, then they're still acceptable.
yes,
So technically, you have to wait until you get the mail because they're just not.
That's
Well, you
crazy.
could count them as you get them in.
well, it
Here in
depends on the
Yeah.
state.
Massachusetts, you
By
have
now,
to
they
be
should
like-
have them.
You should. It's 12 days before it has.
One of them, I don't know if it's Nevada or Arizona. One of those two, they're still in the 80 percentile of how many votes they've had tallied.
I think you should have it so that it has to be postmarked several days before the election,
Right.
and on the election you count them, and if it's a really close number, then you have to say we have to wait a few days to see if some more ballots come straggling in, some
Well,
stragglers.
no, mail-in votes should already be in the system, ready to be counted before the election day. And if
I
you
agree
miss,
with
if you
that.
miss that,
But you can't guarantee that with the mail. I mean, most of
no, I mean
sometimes stuff gets
like you
misrouted
said,
and so on.
if you've given it a week, you've put it in a week before the election day, then fair enough. But
Yeah.
Anything that shows up after that week, it gets counted with the ballots that get voted on the day of.
yeah,
But I agree, Biscuit. Anything that comes in at a reasonable amount of time ahead of time should be fucking counted. Count it when you get it.
Right.
Doesn't that commie state Florida do that?
I don't know what other states do.
No, I think
Oh,
Florida counts.
Florida,
Yeah,
dude, you'll get your ass blown out of Florida calling people commies down there.
they're betraying the U.S. by going red.
I don't know.
says who's gone red right now.
I'll tell you what's going on a lot down there, and a lot of the older fellas and ladies down there are really turned off by the Democrats.
Oh yeah.
Now, there's a funny thing going on. Like, there was a rumor that went around about cat litter going into high school bathrooms for kids who identified as cats.
That was all a lie.
It was all a lie, but all
Yeah, it
these
was always a lie.
old guys in Florida and,
Propaganda.
all latched onto it like, okay, these are the people we're fighting against. They want to put
Right.
cat litter in our high schoolers' bathrooms. And like the VFW and shit,
That's
and
hilarious.
the VFW does like high school like scholarship for like best student, whatever. They give them to like kids, needy kids. But then they heard about this and they're like, these are the kids we're trying to help. They're trying to make them cats.
Politicians lying?
No, it's more like just misinformation about like the whole.
It's like every election.
Where did that
Politicians-
come from?
Politicians don't lie.
Where did that cat litter thing come from?
I don't know where it comes
I
from.
never even heard of that.
I've heard it.
No, I didn't hear it either.
I've heard it on Twitter. The usual
Oh,
suspects.
Yes, yes. Like TikTok. That's where McGrande gets his.
So I'm curious with you guys. Since in the past couple of weeks, since Musk, especially since the blue check thing, like I was leery about everything I saw on Twitter before, but now I almost don't believe anything I see on Twitter because
I
don't
didn't
know.
believe
Oh, you only don't believe everything on Twitter now. You didn't.
It's not hard to figure out when someone's tricking you. Their username didn't change. So, for example, when Count Dankula pretended he was President Trump, his name said President Trump, but then right next to it, it was at Count Dankula TV. So you knew it wasn't
Right.
really. But people just saw the avatar and the words President Trump, and they immediately
And the blue
went
check.
ballistic. Yeah.
Right.
So anybody can have a blue check now?
Yes,
Isn't
they
it
can.
$8
Or they
something?
Oh, I'm
$8.
still getting a blue check.
Supposedly you cannot change your name now, and
Yeah.
you can't. Or no, you can't be a new account, and you can't change your name.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
And they've suspended new blue ticks as well, haven't they?
They're still figuring out how they want to do it. First they said we're just going to have you pay $8, you get verified. You join Twitter Blue, you get a blue tick. Then people said, well, but one of the best benefits is that we know these are real, legitimate, folks, which I think is bullshit. So then they said, oh, well, we're going to have something called Twitter Official, which is a blue check, but the word official will be on there as well. So it's like a blue check
Wasn't
plus.
there something about a double check? It means you really.
There's so many things. It's
How
like,
much money?
make up your mind.
How much money did Twitter just make off these stupid blue checks for $8 a month?
I don't know that they made that
Probably
much.
not much. I
wish I signed up.
I think Elon Musk is in serious trouble. I mean, I could be wrong.
Well,
maybe
he
he'll
knew
be
he was
wrong.
Why do you think that?
Not serious.
I think he's.
Not
I think
serious.
I think Twitter is going to fail. I really
Why?
do.
Why do you think that? I'm curious.
It could, and I think he can absorb 44 billion.
Oh,
just
easy.
like you guys and I could absorb 44.
It's not just
bucks.
him though. The Tesla has taken a hit because of it as well.
Yeah, but
He
Tesla
could-
has
he
huge.
could
Don't
get
sales.
forget,
squeezed.
he's got a massive amount of money coming through SpaceX and NASA.
I don't think he really wanted it. I think he got himself. I think he wanted the.
He was
talk of
between
it.
a rock and a hard place. They made him buy it, basically.
Is it
Oh,
true?
yeah.
Is it true that he found out what Twitter really was after he did that sign in that?
I don't believe that.
Twitter? That
I don't believe it either.
3/4 of
I don't believe
Twitter
somebody on a
are
whim
fake
just
accounts.
offers that much amount of money.
Right,
I
exactly.
don't think he ever I didn't think he ever intended to really take.
No, I think he did, but his financial situation, his Tesla stock went down, and then he realized it wasn't the time to buy it,
And also, Twitter.
and he tried to
lied-
back out with
Twitter-
some bogus reason.
Twitter lied about the genuine.
Oh, of course they lied, but he had to know that they were lying right off the bat.
Yeah,
you know.
but why can't you just say, I want to buy it and then decide not to? Why was he legally obligated by a court to buy it? I don't understand that.
He
part.
had entered pretty far into the buying
Yeah.
process.
yes.
I mean, you got to keep in mind this affects billions of dollars worth of stocks.
Yeah, but why can't he just say, I don't want to buy it now?
He could, and then it would be
What I-
taken to court, and they would,
Dude.
he
And then-
agreed.
and
He
then
agreed to a $1 billion penalty if he pulled out. And,
Yeah, but that's better than a $44 billion loss. You know
well,
what I mean?
the law.
yeah.
I don't understand all the law, but it's more complicated. They could have. Twitter was suing for something called specific performance, which meant that he had to buy the company. Then he wanted. He's willing to pay the $1 billion, although he was claiming that they gave him false information, so he shouldn't pay that. But Twitter was suing to make him buy the company at the price he offered.
But it
Yeah.
seemed to me the way that the news presented the story was he just bought it sort of out of the blue. This complaint had been filed, and he was just like, he bought it. Boom, done. 44B.
You mean this recent thing when he really ended up buying it?
Yes. Like
No,
there
he
was a
was-
little bit of legal pressure, maybe.
I think this was a
Just-
settlement of the lawsuit.
It seemed to happen faster than a settlement would have come out because he paid essentially the initial price.
Yeah, I admit I don't know the details. It may not be the details may not even be public for all I know.
Smokesteve's wife's just asked a good question.
Ooh, does Musk do anything charitable? Real question. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't think he cares about it.
I don't care if he does anything charitable. Why should that matter? It's up to him. It's his life.
He gave those
He gave lots of stuff to Ukraine.
them satellites, and they were completely free,
Yeah,
and all the
Starlink.
running costs of Starlink
Right.
are paid by them as well.
Kind of
Yep.
like when he said, when he came out, I'm buying Twitter for $44 billion. Everyone came out and said, well, if he just put that money towards this, there'd be no homeless and all that other stuff.
It's bullshit. You can't
Right.
solve one man can't solve
Then
world
again,
hunger,
look at all the
Of
money
course
that Biden
and it's not his
Ukraine.
Well, he
place
was-
to solve it.
He was going to save all those kids that got trapped in that cave. I remember.
Yeah.
That was the other one, yeah.
Yeah, but
He had
didn't that
nothing-
guy
he had
who was like,
He had nothing nice to say about the other people involved either.
Yeah, but didn't the guy who was actually rescuing them tell him like to go stick the submarine up his ass or something?
Yeah,
like
I
that?
think so.
He's like, tell him to go fuck himself, man. Like, yeah, that was awesome. I mean, he needs to be put in his place somewhat, but he's a brilliant man. Can't take it away from him.
My son,
Billionaire.
totally not influenced by me, said that he's not sure how he doesn't like how he didn't like him anymore. Like he was like totally into him.
Why? Why does he not
I
like?
don't know, because of the whole, he just soured on him. Just that's just how things go. I mean,
Well, how did you
I
all
just
feel
think that
about
that's a-
Steve Jobs?
I think he's a very smart guy. I think he's got a lot of energy. I think it's not an accident that he's as successful as he is. That doesn't mean that it's guaranteed, right?
No.
I mean, that doesn't, and it doesn't mean that he knows everything, and he could make. This could be a terrible mistake. He's buying Twitter.
Exactly. It doesn't mean he's going to fail. He's going to probably
Right.
succeed in life.
Yeah, this could be his decline, or this could be his defining moment. It could go
Yeah.
either way.
Or neither.
I'm sure he'll
I
work
think-
hard
I thi-
to
I
make
think-
it a success. That's
I
what
I don't know.
Okay.
44 billion is a huge amount of money for that.
He's treating he's
Come on.
treating Twitter like his SpaceX company though. He's throwing shit to see what sticks and then taking away what doesn't. That's what he said on the news. He's just throwing all sorts of new things out on Twitter.
Well, he's trying for it to make money because it doesn't actually make money. And
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go. I'll see you guys next week.
All right,
Yeah,
hey,
See you later,
Topple,
Topple.
thanks for coming in.
yeah,
Fun.
really good to have you.
Hey, Topple, don't be
Ages.
shy, buddy. Come back,
I'm not
okay?
shy. I'm just busy. I'm busy. All right. I'll see you guys next week.
See you.
Later.
He could do amazing things with his money, like buy a huge boat or 3
Oh
boats.
my God, he does amazing things. He
He
built
does.
a company that builds spaceships. That previously it was dominated by the government. He did it
He's taking man back to the moon.
exactly.
I mean, imagine the guitar he.
Sorry,
had,
not man.
Gibson custom
people.
shop.
People,
'Cause,
humankind.
a woman is reportedly to be the first person back on the moon this time. A black woman.
Sounds
like
good.
That.
Great.
Yep.
All right. What's next?
You're the man.
For me, it's bedtime.
No
It's
kidding.
3 in the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
3:30? Yeah, 10:28 plus 5.
Yep.
All right, dude. Well, right on. Thanks for being a part of it.
No worries,
Good,
bro.
good talking to you as always. Good having you on.
Oh, where he's leaving?
I'm leaving because it's late.
Leaving
On a jet plane, don't know when I'll be back again. Night, night, everyone.
Take it easy.
Buddy. Later. All right, just the Americans left here, huh?
I could pretend
Apparently.
a British accent. It would probably disgust our
What we just
chat
hold,
people.
What the hell was that thing you were holding in front of your face, Aphid?
My glasses, so I can read.
Is that how you do it? You just
Mess.
hold a
Well, normally I put them like 90% of the time. This is me. I just walk around like this. But I have 2 screens here. This one over here has the chat, and I have the Zoom boosted up to like 1,000%, so I can read it without wearing my glasses.
Yes.
And then you guys actually appear more attractive with my poor vision.
A lot of focus is better.
Yeah. It's just,
Did I ever tell you
kinda-
Did I ever tell you when I worked with a blind mathematician when I first started in my career?
No.
He was very intimidating.
Huh.
He was very smart, but he was blind, so he was a programmer. He was a mathematician. He would write programs on punched cards. He could feel them, and he would run them, and he'd get the results. And it was basically Braille for him.
Wow.
And I would work with him, which means I did whatever he told me to do.
Apprentice.
Apprentice, yeah. And he'd say, okay, do the following, and I'd write some program to do it. And the results were wrong. And I said, here's the results. And he said, well, he looks at the number, feels the numbers, and he says, I think where you do this calculation in your code, you probably made this mistake. And sure enough, I went right there. And it was exactly the mistake he said, right in the spot where it was. And he was just so intimidating. He was just so damn smart. But it's kind of like losing a race to a man with no legs. That's how it kind of felt like.
Right.
Was he diabetic by any chance?
No, he was blind from birth, I think.
My uncle was almost identical to what you're describing. He was very intelligent. And
Blind?
he was blind from diabetes. He wasn't fat or anything. It was just birth diet. I don't know what stage 1 or 2. I don't know what they call it. But man, it was just, like I'd have trouble with a really hard algebra problem, and I'd tell him, and he'd just sit there like this for a minute, and then he'd tell me the answer to it, and I just I'd have to draw shit on half a piece of paper, page of paper. He was just so smart, man. He helped design like a real big bridge on Highway 70, which is a major highway that goes across the whole United States.
I remember when he married another woman in the office, and naturally, me being a sleazy character, I wondered to my friends, did she tell him where to move? No, a little bit to the left. Well, they succeeded because they had a child, but.
Right. My uncle poked his eye out walking into something.
Really?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Is that what made him blind, or was he already?
No. He was blind from diabetes.
Blind from diabetes. Okay. So.
Yeah. But he walked in.
It still isn't pleasant, I'm sure.
No.
Poor fella.
Man, I had such a good time. I mean, he was like he unfortunately his arteries were so brittle from diabetes that he had what's the balloon surgery where they try to expand your artery?
Angioplasty,
and nobody knew it was it wasn't a life-threatening procedure or anything, and I was probably 12, 13 at the time, and he was such a big part of my life, and he went in and had that surgery, and it shredded his arteries, and he died on that.
Oh, guy. That sucks, man. Sorry.
But he went with I think I've told you guys before. I grew up with drag racing, and him and my dad were real close too. And he would go with us drag racing. So I would, at the racetrack, he would grab my arm and we would walk from the pit to the starting line every round. My dad would race. It was just
cool.
The guy was so awesome.
How loud were those cars? Were they like deafened?
Well, they're not like if you went to like a Top Fuel race, where it's
that is deafening. When the Top Fuel hits the gas, it's fucking ridiculous.
I have a video that plays back here when I took my son for the first time, and he had earplugs, and then he had the earphones like these that go over his heads.
Good night, Carol. It's great having you.
Bye, Carol.
And he was probably 7-ish. I took him. And we're sitting there, and he was like sitting in between the starting line and me, so I could film him because I knew that he was gonna just freak out. Because even if I don't care if you were deaf, you would still feel it's so intimidating if you've ever been to one of those races. And I videotaped it, and as soon as they left the starting line, he just like, he's just it's so funny. But no, those cars, like my dad's car, it's loud, but it's open headers. There's obviously no catalytic converters or anything, or mufflers.
Were you guys using smooth tires or smooth
slicks? Yeah, big ones that are like this wide.
Oh yeah, that gets you going pretty fast.
Oh yeah, I drove the car too. Yeah, I drove it on. We would go to a track that had 1/8 mile and 1/4 mile, and my dad drove the 1/4 mile, and I drove the 1/8 mile. I did pretty good, actually. It was one thing in life I was really good at, actually. But I think it was because I just grew up
with a manual. What gear can you get?
It's not a manual. It's a power glide. It's a 1 and a 2. So you start out in first gear, and you get about half track, and you shift it in second gear.
Well, isn't that considered manual if you shift manually?
No. Oh, well, kind of, but there's no clutch.
There's no clutch. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of like low and high in your car. You know, if you gotta.
They got cars like that now where you, like my daughter's Subaru, it's an automatic, but if you move the gear lever over to this thing called M, you got these paddles that you use to shift up and down. But there's no clutch, but you still shift.
Exactly. But this is just two gears. It's
two gears, yeah.
But Power Glides were popular back in like the 70s. They were in a lot of cars. But I don't think you manually shifted them. You manually shifted.
Okay.
It's kind of like, remember 3 on the Tree, which was like 3 gears on like vans and pickups. You had to shift it on the
3 on the tree, 4 on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goofy. The 3 on the Tree thing, I drove one van like that when I was a valet. And it was strange, but I think there was a clutch. It's weird. It's fucked up.
So back to the one more question about the blind guy. Was his other senses like highly evolved, like more than others?
I don't know. It's not like you would fart 3 rooms away and he would say, "I heard that." Mm-hmm. But he's the kind of guy. If he did hear it, he wouldn't say anything. And only later when you were talking with him, he might say, I've been hearing you fart for the last 3 years.
That's why I brought it up, because that's why my uncle was always like, he's like,
he never said that. He never said it, but it wouldn't have surprised me at all.
He was always be like, they don't know you just did that, but I know you just did that.
It would have to be, because hearing is all he had, right? So it would have been extremely sensitized.
Right, and
I saw this.
Last Dance with all those vegetables. I mean,
yeah,
they heard you from a mile away.
There was a black kid that did. He would click and he'd do echo sonar. Is that what it's called? Like what whales do, and our dolphins. I'm not sure. Maybe it's both. But anyway, he was able to get around rooms and stuff by doing that. That's
really
crazy. Yes, he was on 60 Minutes or something like Nova.
I guess it's possible, because
you go.
The sound is modulated if you're.
What would you receive the signals back with? Like whales and dolphins have a specific thing that receives.
Dude, I
just his ears.
Beyond me, I guess, yeah. But yeah, if you do it, somebody, I'm sure there's a YouTube video on this kid that was doing it.
Bullshit.
I think it's possible now.
Totally, I'm not lying, dude. And it was real, dude. It wasn't no fake shit. This was the real deal.
Shit of the bull.
If I heard someone tell me after they've been drinking all night, I wouldn't believe them either. So I don't blame you. But I might believe him.
I'd be like, "Oh, it's so cool, man! I wish I could do that."
I'm gonna try to find something on him, and I'll put it in the Discord.
Yeah, I think my new method here has worked out.
What's the method?
No rum drinks.
It's
just straight rum, and basically wait till 7 to have a beer. Which is
that's usually what I do.
Yeah. The last week I had, like I said, I had a 6er before the show.
Yeah. So it hit you a little early.
It's only Bud Light, but it's still something,
right.
I would be unconscious after a 6-pack, so
Me too. I would be hurting.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be good.
Bud Lights?
I don't know.
I don't drink. I mean, if I drink, I do drink almost every night, but it's 1 or 2 beers tops.
How many you had tonight? 7, 8, 9?
No, 3, 4 tops,
wow.
Maybe
5.
No, I haven't had 5.
All right, I've had 4.
4 at the most.
It's the same as a gear stick English bottle cap, but there's no clutch.
What is he saying now?
Like you said, finger paddles seem much the same as a gear stick.
More or less.
It is.
I mean,
It's easier though because your hands are on the steering wheel and the paddles are coming off it. So you just go and you just put your finger out and click downshift or click here to upshift.
There's a name for that type of a transmission. I can't think of the name of it. So.
Yeah.
My Toyota work truck, Toyota Tacoma, has a manual mode, which is dumb because it's a work truck. I don't really understand how
right.
to do that.
But you can push it, or pull it back and it changes gears up or down.
Yeah, manual. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
don't. My wife's Land Rover has it, and I don't think I've ever put it into that. I'm gonna. It's not like you're wanting to like race somebody in a big.
Right. If it was a Porsche, I would be like all over it.
I had a GTI.
GTI, yeah.
Not a GTI, a GT. It's the Jetta version of the GTI, the like souped up Jetta, and it had that, and it was kind of fun every once in a while. And actually, I had a S4, Audi S4. Now that thing was.
Was your Jetta the R6, the V6 version?
No, I did have a V6, but it was a stick shift. It was a VR6, which is my favorite engine in the world. My Corrado has a VR6.
That's a 16 valve 4-cylinder.
It's the Jetta, the one that I had, or the VR6.
VR6.
VR6 is a 6-cylinder. It's a but the 4-cylinder is just a 1.8 liter turbo, I believe.
Turbo. Very nice. Love it.
Right.
All right.
Smokesteve's about to say, well, guys, what do you think? I should stay?
No, I was just going to check out the chat. But it looks like maybe there's not a lot of love over there. Is there a lot of love? I don't know.
Well, we got cup of tea, maybe English bottle cap, or maybe he's gone, and Smokesteve wife, and probably the three of us.
He's always got a lot of love.
Yeah, it's full of love.
6 left. Yeah, you're right.
I hate my brother too. I don't hate my brother.
I bet you love your brother.
I love my brother. My brother's just different.
A lot of frustrations, though.
I accept my brother for who he is.
Exactly.
It's not in my business that he, not everybody has to have a kid and a house and a car.
That's right.
Some people don't that stuff.
Yeah, but that's better if you do have a.
Well, my good friend who passed away was he and his wife didn't have children. They never seemed to have any regrets. It was their choice.
But the house and the car.
They had a house and car. They liked doing something called autocross, which is
cool.
Kind of racing with your car in some track they set up in a parking lot with other autocrossers. I remember I went once and they had me as a passenger, and I got so sick just from one run that I was like, I don't want to do this again. Motion sickness. Really? Yeah, I mean, if you're driving, it's it's okay, but if you're a passenger and someone's hitting the gas as hard as they can, hitting the brakes as hard as they can,
right,
you're gonna be you're asking for trouble. And I certainly barely held it in before they finished.
So that's that was your buddy and he
My
passed
buddy Mike.
away?
Yeah.
Hey, dude, sorry for your loss. That sucks.
Yeah, that was 2020, summer of 2020.
Damn.
Jesus. What kind of car was it?
He had two. He had an old Honda Civic, like 1987, and every time the engine would blow, he'd just buy a new engine, put it in there.
Right.
And
that was a front-wheel drive. Those are weird.
Yeah. Then he had a blue Honda. It was I think it was another Honda Civic that was a Mugen. That's what it was. I don't know what that particular. It's like some kind of a Honda Civic. That's kind of racy. And that was a very nice car. And one time he could get all kinds of cars. He had back in the day he had a Trans Am, and when I broke my leg,
compliment from Cup of Tea.
Chad is the only good bit. Thank you.
It
When
comes
I-
every week just to
when I-
read his what he types.
When I broke my leg, I had the Mazda 323, which was a manual, and my left leg was in this huge cast. I couldn't use it to clutch, so he said, "Here, just take my Trans Am, use it until you're healed." Very generous guy, and that was a fun car to drive.
Was it like souped up like a fast?
Yeah, it was, and it was weird. People would like make room for me. I don't know. I guess it was an intimidating car, but it was a good feeling. People like get out of my way.
Was it the one from Smokey and the Bandit?
It was not that one, although it was, it was a fine car. He had a Porsche 911 once.
Those are nice. Depending
Yeah.
on the year, of course, but
Yeah, he'd get cars for a while that he'd like to race, and he never a new car. It was always, was often right on the edge of, being functional, and he'd get it going and race it around, and then he'd get tired of it and he'd get another one.
awesome.
That's how I've always been. I don't like having a car for too long.
Hmm.
I like having like cool kind of souped up cars and
Yeah.
running them till they're about dead, and then I pass them on to somebody else and get another one.
Well, should we float out the Discord
Yeah,
invite?
you want me? Yeah, do it. You want me to do it?
Sure.
Yeah, do it.
I don't think this. What's Cup of Tea's excuse? Why can't he join our Discord?
Do that, and then
Yeah, it's not a requirement.
After a few minutes here, I'll end the show. But if anything lights up in Discord, we can always pop on over there. And
I think, Steve, only you could put a link up. Have you
No,
been
I
able to
think
look?
Yeah, I think we can. We got the.
Oh,
we got
a moderator can? Okay.
Mod.
Yeah.
Mod, baby.
Let me try.
There you go. Modski.
Oh, Cypher this.
Cypher's there? Where's
No.
Cyphy?
No, he can't be.
What do you mean?
Well,
Cypher's not interested in Discord.
No, I didn't. I don't know what's happening.
remember he can't be there anymore.
Okay, good talk.
He made rules that he broke.
Now
Immediately.
Cup of Tea's interested. We got ourselves a cup of tea.
Oh,
over
see?
there.
See, there we go.
And he
Just
said
click on that
Discord.
link and sign up, and you'll be able to talk with us all day, every day, instead of just.
It's Discord with no H cup. You can.
Well,
figure it out.
did my link show up or did it not show up?
See, I see it on my side.
Yeah. Cup of Tea, do you see that link?
I hear Last Dance.
I see it.
Last Dance is trying to type.
Clickety click click over
He's
there.
on,
on that
he's
side.
on TikTok.
TikTok.
No, he's on Instagram because you showed him Instagram, and he's glued to that thing ever since.
Yeah, I went the one time just to see what there was, and there just wasn't much. You know who texted me and DM'd me and Twitter is DeHorse, D.A. Horse from
Oh yeah, I didn't get him on.
from Live Leak. Yeah, he said he wanted to know what happened to Hayden on Twitter. And I said he got booted.
Yep.
I said I thought Hayden deleted, but Hayden did not delete. His account is still there. It just says it's suspended.
Suspended, and
But he's still suspended.
Still
No.
suspended.
the horse also liked when I said whatever, free Hayden Hewitt. He liked that.
Oh
And I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that was part of the whole you connecting with him noticing you. Like it's.
Okay, yeah.
I think we're all on the same page. Hopefully, Twitter.
Yeah.
I get along with that guy. It was just that towards the end, he got so wrapped up with that whatever that side page was that you guys all went with it. The Australian guy ran
The channel.
random thoughts,
Yeah.
and he believed everything that guy would tell. Like that I doxed him and stuff.
What happened? What are you talking about?
Oh, there was this guy from Australia that just was a complete dick to me, and
That sucks.
and he would just blatantly lie about, like that I was, just I don't even want to get into what the lies that he spread about me, but that the horse you rode in on would, yeah, cup of tea. Cup of tea knows what I'm talking about. He was in on all that fun, but anyway, he bought into all that stuff and thought I was, this horrible guy that I was portrayed.
Hmm.
But I just pointed out that, this guy was in there, and Schmeebly, that's exactly right.
Schmeebly?
His original live leak name was Schmeebly, and people were friends with him and stuff, and he ended up was friends with some of the mods, and he outed who the mods were on live leak, and they basically kicked him, and he just came back as this other person and never told anybody he was the same guy that he was that pissed everybody off. And he wasn't just that person, he was a lot of other people too.
Right.
And he spent all his time like being these other people, and he would even this is how bad the guy was. This is a perfect example. He had this group called this Random Thoughts Club, which is fine, whatever, but it was the one guy's birthday, and it was the end of the day, and nobody had wished him happy birthday. So in his second account, which I knew it was his second account because somebody that knows it was from the same IP address told me it was his second account, and he wished himself a happy birthday. So all the people would follow suit in this group and be like, "Oh, I didn't know it was your birthday today. Happy birthday. Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday." On and on it went for like an hour.
Total bitch move. On
Now,
his part.
did you know at the time that it was him wishing himself a happy birthday, or did you learn later?
Yes, when I on my
Okay.
live show the next week, I told everybody.
So how could you
Huh?
withhold saying something at the time?
Because I was banned from that Random Thoughts.
Oh,
So
okay.
I couldn't go in there and tell everybody.
Okay. Well, how did you
But
know
you
he
could
wished
see
himself a
what-
happy birthday then?
Huh? Because you could see what
You could see, but you
comment.
couldn't. You couldn't say anything.
comment
Okay.
there. Yeah. And my inside link to that at the time was that guy that used to host the show. He was the sidekick of Hayden.
Graham.
No, it was before Graham. John, Wingman John, they called him, but his name on Live Leak was it was that drummer or the guy from the Who that died. What's his name?
Keith Moon.
Keith Moon.
Keith Moon. Yeah, his name was Keith Moon on Live Leak, and he had the like Who logo. But anyway, he would get information from Hayden, and he would feed it to me in private chats, and I just go there and see all the shit that this guy was into, and so that was my hookup. But I never said it until just this the three of us in cup of tea right now how I knew all this stuff. But it was
So if you were a moderator, if you were a moderator, you could see IP addresses and all that inside stuff.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Because that would have been an awesome to see everybody bullshitting and.
Right. But Wingman John promised me he fed me all these accounts that Schmeebly. It was embeddability, but all these different accounts he was, and he wished himself a happy birthday so other people would. But anyway,
Disruptor is also embeddability. Is that?
I always said he was, but I said that to Wingman John, and he never. So I can't say for sure if it was. To me, I'm pretty sure it was. But
see, I never paid that much attention.
Wingman John never said it was or not, so I can't say for sure it was. Cup of tea, I'm sure knows, but he's not going to tell us.
I just never paid that much attention. It's probably not because I didn't try, but I'm just too stupid.
That's
well, it was such a topic in that group, that Random Thoughts group, and it all started because I stood up for McGrande because they would go to his site and put gay shit in there, and I was like, well, that was the line that you said you'd never cross. That was like the worst thing you could do was to post gay shit. They would just go in there and on McGrady's page and post all kinds of gay shit there.
Why was that the line not to cross?
You'll have to ask them. I don't know.
Because, like, in hindsight, it seems to me like it would be kind of like
You
whatever.
think they worked in concert, or you just think it was just each one with his own little?
Compatibility worked in concert with the Nuka Gay Whale guy.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Although Cup of Tea says it was all lies. Cup of Tea had. I got a kick out of it because Cup of Tea, you could go to their page and you could see how many comments they ever made. Cup of Tea had 8 comments, but he knew every single thing about every single person. So Cup of Tea had another account too. He just didn't want to.
I was more interested in the hacks than I was in anything else. I always wanted to figure out how they got in.
Like hacked what?
You know, they would, like, some of them would figure out how to put usernames that you couldn't, accounts that you couldn't block.
Yeah.
They
that
knew
was
some
that new version when they came out with that new.
Yeah.
Version. Because when they
I never could figure that out, and it was kind of an area of my expertise, but not really. That I wasn't that much of an expert. But
well, when they
I never
came
could
out
figure
with
that out.
When they came out with that new account, they had there was a lot of options you could do. You could go further and further back and do all kinds of different things and make different groups and stuff. And they allowed me to have that drama was a drama-free zone or whatever that I made.
Yep.
And I worked hand in hand with there was a person called Lively Sun, which was like the I don't know, the kind of the tweaker behind the scenes that would do all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And they helped me with
I remember Lively Sun. He was kind of, he could fix things that were...
Exactly. And they had me help them with the mobile, like live show. There was a way you could do live shows and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then they helped me, or he helped me get that thing going. And there was ways where you could like keep certain people or do all kinds of different things. And I can't remember what the thing that they did that was like really kind of a thing, but it was all these check marks that you could put that you had capabilities of in your account, and all these backdoor things that you had. And there was one of them that allowed you to I can't remember exactly what it is, but it was pretty messed up. It was basically like with the Discord, like I have more tools that I can do in there than you guys do.
Yeah, but how would these people that created these unblockable accounts? You're saying that was like a check mark or something that nobody knew about, but they did.
It was like a walk around where I want to say if it was somebody that was had something to do with if it was somebody that was logged in could do something to you, but if it was somebody that was logged out couldn't do something with you. And that was like the check. Like they figured out a way where you could do, once you click that, then you could pretty much get away with anything. I can't exactly, it's been 3-4 years ago now.
I remember one of them had like a username that you couldn't type into the block. The block thing. I don't remember, but
because it was like how you typed your name backwards, like it was some kind of.
It was something like that, but I remember thinking, how did they,
the what thing? What did you say? The what?
To block somebody or block, yeah.
It's something to do with like some character that looks like a letter, but it's like like how you got characters that are backwards because you knew how to.
But I would try to emulate that to see if I could do something similar, just for curiosity, and I never could figure it out.
Do it?
Nope.
I don't know what to tell you.
At one point, I looked to see, because all software has flaws in it, but typically, I tried to find some open source software that was probably what was LiveLeak was built around, but I never did figure out exactly what it was.
Well, the version before they changed it over was V Bulletin, because the website that I ran was V Bulletin,
Yeah, but
and it's like a free or pay, like a lot of those things are.
I figured out a lot of stuff for that previous version, but the new version was much more complicated, and I never did figure out what the open
Had a
source.
lot more options.
Yeah,
And that's what Hayden, when he opened
it
that,
might have
he
been
was
WordPress. I mean, it might have been that simple, but I wasn't really sure.
he was telling everybody, I'm trying to do this so you guys can have more options and can do more
Yeah.
things. And it just, people took advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember Guns and Bombs.
There's a lot of nostalgia for it.
I didn't have hardly anybody blocked until the end, and then I had to start blocking. But like McGrande had, like, I don't know, like 1,000 people blocked.
That's funny.
There was one guy who I really, really hated.
Yes, yes.
I'm trying to remember his name. Like, a lot of people hated him, though, from across the spectrum, left and right.
Yes.
God damn, what was his name? He was just such an asshole. I can't remember his name. Did you hate anybody? It's probably one of these.
Me?
Any of you, either of you two guys.
Smokesteve.
There was this guy who seemed to attract hate from the kind of had like a. No, I can't remember. No, I'm not going to point anyone out. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Like that, you think they're watching? Bullshit detector. I remember him.
Could be.
Yeah,
That could
what
be.
was his
He
name?
was like a Grande. He got a lot of
Bullshit
Fox.
detector. Yeah.
DCM Fox. He was another one that really got a lot of. That
Oof.
poor guy. I talked to him privately.
He was a jerk.
He was a jerk, but he had
He
some-
blocked me, and then one time he said, "I don't know why I blocked you," and then he unblocked me, and then he just blocked me again for no reason I could figure out. Probably because he didn't like something I wrote, didn't like my opinion.
Well, yeah, because he was extreme leftist.
Yeah, but why would you want to block people? I mean, it wasn't like I trolled him or anything.
Yeah,
Is that one of your close buddies, Aphid?
yeah, he was. No, but he did. He had some. He told me about it. He sent me. It was strange because I was never that close to him, but he sent me some pictures after some surgery he had. And I was just,
Oh, jeez.
I don't understand why you're telling me all this stuff.
Sounds
But yeah, he had some serious like health issues.
That's a shame.
your brother.
Yeah, right.
You-
No, but I think that a lot of people thought it like I had mod capabilities or something when they reach out to me. A lot of people thought I made money, so a lot of people reached out to me because they were like, how can I make money?
How can I make as much money as you?
You're never
Yeah.
gonna make anything. There was that guy that peed. He had piss jugs. He lived in I feel like it was Florida. He was real homeless looking. And he had like a plywood floor. And
Well, we had the
Brag
piss
about
jug man on the
he
pub.
was like
This guy had piss jugs because that's what he peed into.
yeah. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I
Last name?
vaguely remember
guy?
someone. Yeah.
He kind of had a beard. He wasn't like around for like a real long. There was a lot of
Sounds like the piss jug man.
Yeah, but no, this guy really did piss in jugs. But he swore he just kept. Another guy that bothered me a lot was the guy that always wore the mask, and he ended up doxing me over and over and over.
Oh.
The Mexican guy with the I can't remember his name. Remember, he always wore like the Mexican wrestling mask. He was heavy Mexican guy. You don't know who?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I remember someone like
You know
that.
who I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy contacted me all the time, wanting to know how I could make money, wanting to know how he could get a hold of Hayden to unblock his account. And I'm like, dude, I just
What a pain in the ass.
and I always Big Shark. That's exactly right. Cup of Tea's got it right. It was Big Shark.
Big Shark.
And actually, he might be right about Warren. Man, that might have been the guy that I'm talking about with the Pistons. But yeah, Big Shark was the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, Cup of Tea
Just
remembers.
Big Shark swore I had some connections somehow. but he and then he ended up like towards the end. Every time I would go onto Hayden's, well, what happened was there was a group on Facebook that was a lively group, and I joined that. You know, and obviously I have my real name. And shortly after that, every time I would go into, trigger warning show, and Big Shark would be there, he'd be like typing out my full name. Hey, and he'd type out my full name over.
Why? Did he hate you for some reason?
No, that's just that guy would just like that he thought it was cool, funny. And nobody would catch it because I wouldn't interact with him or
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's lame. I mean,
but I was always cool with the guy. I was always cool with that guy. I never crossed that guy once because I knew that he was because he contacted me.
He sounds unstable.
Yes, there was a guy, Motorcycles Vancouver. And,
I remember him.
Was
he the crypto guy?
Yes, yeah, he was the crypto
guy.
Was.
I didn't really like him, but there was nothing wrong with him.
No, he was. Yeah, exactly. But he found out his name, and I interviewed him on one of my live shows, and he got a hold of Big Shark, got a hold of me, and he found his wedding website, and he went there and like said horrible things about that Motorcycle Vancouver's guy's wife and stuff.
Are you kidding? What kind of a
No, for no reason whatsoever. He never really even had any. He just found his information, so he took advantage.
That's terrible.
And so I knew that, so I always handled that Big Shark that way, and I never like wanted to be like, I didn't want to say, dude, you're an asshole for doing this to this guy, because I knew that he would do that to me. So I
treated him like the crazy dangerous guy.
Exactly. So I was just I wasn't like, you're my friend, let's talk all the time. Yeah. But I wasn't always like I didn't cross him, and all out of nowhere, he even made a video about I want to be like Aphid Lip, and then all of a sudden, I was always nice to that guy, and it gave me nothing, because as soon as he found out from Facebook what my real name was, every time he was in trigger warning and I was in there, he'd call me by my name for no reason, just because that's just the kind of guy he was.
Bizarre.
Yeah,
totally.
I can't hold. I've moved back and forth so many times. I cannot hold this pee any longer. And
all right, I'm going to go ahead and end this over.
All right, it was great. Right. Great being on. Great show, Steve.
All right,
see, cup of tea, and you too.
Take care.
Yeah, we'll see you, fellas. Thanks for being here. And thus brings an end to the show tonight. Everyone who's here in the chat, cup of tea, namely, and anyone else who might be lurking. Thank you. And you guys are all great. Peace, love, and live good life. Good night.